so you can further expand your knowledge about the experiences that are with now. And another important information is, and I want that our speakers will take into care this topic. What does it mean to constitute a network for having peer reviews in place? Because you can do everything you want, you can use whichever manual you want, but the real substance, the real backbone of a national peer review, is the willingness of a network to take part to this kind of activity. You remember that they say that the first years in which the Netherlands decided to go forward the MPRI, only a small group of agencies were involved in this, but later on, this willingness expanded. Another important thing is that this kind of activity in many countries, I am speaking about both Italy and the Netherlands, started as a voluntary activity, but afterward, the administrators, and I say not the legislators, but in Italy also legislators, they took into care this instrument as instrument for continuously improve the organization. So, Peter, please.
Thank you, Giuseppe, and buongiorno tutti. I'll take the floor with my two colleagues, and I will kick off with the first phase. We recognize now 3 phases in the Netherlands, and adding to the words of Giuseppe, yesterday we had some presentations, also some excellent presentations from Chris about the framework and the guidance. And now you see today, not only from the Netherlands, but I'm also very curious about the other 3 presentations from the other countries, that what is guidance meaning, what is the handbook meaning in the practical day-to-day reviews we were carrying out. To conclude already, it means a lot, but not everything, and we will show you. So I'll ask for the slides. Is it possible to get the presentation on the screen? Yeah, the Netherlands, excellent, perfetto. Could you blow it up a bit? Then I needed the next. It's not on the screen. Oh, thank you. Yes, no. Yes, but I need the next one. It doesn't work. Could you do it manually? It's a bit dusty. It's early. I don't know. You could also do it manually. I'll give you a sign to the next sheet. But the next sheet, please. Yes. That was the next sheet. Yes. Well, what we will do in our presentation is we will pick up and start with why are there peer reviews in the Netherlands? Why are we doing this? How did we start peer reviews some years ago? What are the results of the peer reviews from 2018 to then it ends? No problem. To 2021. And we started a new era in 2022, and we will tell you. And where are we now on our way forward? Next slide, please. Yes, before I will start with phase 1, the start in 2016. We have to say that we are much inspired in the Netherlands by carrying out IRI reviews. The IMPA review initiative started around the year, I think, 2002, really. And there were two IRIs were carried out in the Netherlands, one on the national level and one on the regional level, not only by coincidence in the province of Overijssel, where I'm working. And we had very good experiences with the IRI. But an IRI ends with a report. These are the opportunities for development, and these are the examples of good practice and good luck. And as I was working in the regional, in the region of Overijssel, we thought, what now? It's not only something for our own region, it's also important for the 11 other provinces, regions in the Netherlands. So we started to think, and it took some years, but in the year 2016, I think, me and a colleague from the province of South Holland, Dordrecht, some of you were there with an NPRI visit just in, I thought it was in Giuseppe 2019 or the beginning of 2020. We were in Dordrecht.
At the beginning of
2020,
yes. The first NPRI meeting, the first time that we met, we was at the Imper General Assembly. I don't know, I don't remember where.
Riga or
yeah, exactly.
Estonia.
Estonia.
Yeah. Yes, and we discussed to pick up an NPRI.
And we had a preparatory meeting with other Impel members in 2018 or 19, I don't know. And we had you were in another meeting in preparatory meeting in Treviso. But yes.
Yes. So just we started before, like Italy. I think you will tell later. We started before around the year 2016 to think together with my colleague. We have to start a system to improve the performance of all our regional environmental protection agencies. And just to keep in mind that most of the repas at that time were not older than 5 years, because it's a new system in the Netherlands. But we already thought we had to improve our quality. But it has to be done not by auditing to get a judgment, but by a peer review. So with the help of colleagues or a critical friend, as we call it. And we had an open dialogue. We had a questionnaire, of course. It's not an open dialogue just on a visit and a cup of coffee and how are things going. No, we had already a questionnaire. This is prepared. So the REPA who was visited had to prepare some documents, had to prepare the talks, had to prepare that the good colleagues were on the table. And then 2 REPAs visited the other REPA and made the peer review. And we had to talk a lot, my colleague Ronald Visser and myself. But at the end, we started a pilot with 6 REPAs because some of my colleagues were a bit anxious. As I told you, we were young organizations. And what will happen if it will be public that some things are not going as planned in our offices? What will happen? What will Parliament think about it? They spend a lot of money and not everything is going very well. So they not all were in favor of carrying out the peer reviews, but 6 were. And the strength of the system was that we had the peer review. And we reported the same day to the organization at the end of the day, what are the findings? And all 6 REPAs also made, at the end, made it public. I'll tell you something about that later. So we started a small pilot in 2016, and we just looked also to the Impel project doing the right things. And the result of the previous NPRI, what we did in 2016 was we took it to the next phase. I will tell you later. The next sheet, please. Well, we come then to the year 2018, and that's phase 2. Just keep in mind, we carried out in 6 reparts. We carried out the pilots. We reported that to our board. Not by surprise. One of the pilots was also in my region. What I did is that the report was not only reported internally, but was also put on the agenda of the board. By that it was public, because the agenda of the board in the Netherlands for Environmental Protection Agency is public. And not everything is going well in my organization, but a lot is. So I was not anxious to make it public. And I had a discussion with Mark, because he's working in government in The Hague. And he was a supporter, also financial, of the project. How could we report on a central level? And well, we decided that we will report not only not on the basis of in detail for the 6, but a report in headlines, to say. So that was the starting situation of phase 2. And we had to upscale because the pressure was on it. It was a really successful project, and my colleagues who were not so enthusiastic saw, well, maybe we had to start also. And we had a discussion within our organization, the national organization, the national board, and we upscaled. And almost all repas participate. I think, Mark, it were, 25, 26, something. Yes, of the 29. So keep in mind, we came from 6 with a lot of talks. Now we had 90%. So it was a good step. And we had more or less the same template. But more in depth. So we had also, if it comes to the content, we also made a step. But the same recipe, almost all repas participate. An expert team consisting of employees of the repa visited 2 repas, visited 1 other repa. And we had 1 central point for information and exchange, the website of the national website of the repas. Next slide, please. And then in advance, we had to prepare, I already mentioned, a scheme. It was more in depth, which we used in all 27 reviews. I had to mention also that we were, as Italy and the Netherlands, at that point, we were in contact, because we both started individual in the Netherlands and in Italy with this review initiative. But when we met and we talked, we said, well, we could strengthen each other. And then we found out the term NPRI. It's now also in Impel, the NPRI project. But in the Netherlands, and I think in Italy the same, it was in 2015-16 when we started the project. NPRI was not already, it wasn't started within the Impel framework. But now NPRI in phase 2 for us also was a project which we seriously looked to Italy, what they are doing, and try to use this also at home. And maybe Italy did something that we found out. I don't know. We hear it later. So we prepared a team. We made a team composition and selection of team members. I think just yesterday we had some discussion about how to compose a team, and we really looked seriously about the topics we want to enter in the review of the repa we visited. And and what kind of experience we need. We had, again, of course, we had a guideline, and all the team members were trained. I think it was a day training on how to compose a review. And I think Chris already mentioned also yesterday that it's very important to train your staff, which is normally our permitters or enforcers. It's a different thing to carry out a review at the colleagues, and how do you do that? So I think it was a great success, the training I heard. It was a live training, and yesterday we heard you could also do an internet training, but the live training was very successful, and I think this is one of the things we also, and you will tell on phase 3, we will also putting forward in the next phases. My last slide, please. That's slide 6. Then my colleagues will take over. Also in phase 2, we made a step forward if it comes to reporting. The results are for the repass themselves, but they have to discuss this with their own board. And that's what I said before. If you discuss this with your own board, it is public. And in my view, I think all the reports are public. I don't know if I'm right, Mark, but I think that all the reports were public at the end.
Now, phase 2, not all the reports are public. So this is, we will put it in phase 3 now. It's phase 3, all the reports will be public. So that's a different.
Yes.
So we explained before, there are some directors who are very anxious about the
Yes, still.
The result of the NOSTRI, but nowadays they're relaxed in the fact.
Yeah, but I have some bad news for them. If they discuss this with their board, and there is somebody from outside the law in the Netherlands says that if they know there is a report and they ask for it, they have to hand it over. But for me that's fine. But you're right. There are some colleagues who are not in favor of that. And at the end they decide what to communicate, but it worked out. And we now have, and you will tell later on, 29 repass on board, and they will all make the results public. That's the deal we made. In phase 2, we did the same. If it comes to central reporting, we made an annual report, but we didn't send the individual results to the central. It's not recognizable which opportunity for development of example of good practice is it what REPA. But as mentioned, if you are a big active as outsider, you can get the information. Good practices were on the websites, and the report is sent to the Union of Municipalities, the Union of Provinces, and to the minister. And I can tell you, the minister sent it to Parliament, and that's one of the results. The Parliament was very much in favor of that, and that leads to some other developments which my colleagues will go to further on in depth. I hand the floor over to Mark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pieter Jan. Yeah, and then it was very interesting. Then it was the year 2021. And then we got a minister who was not very sure about enforcement and permitting in the Netherlands. So she established a commission who would do an investigation on the current situation in the Netherlands. It was 2021. And she established a special commission. And that commission looked more in detail what's good, what's not so good, what needs to be developed. And they came with several recommendations. And one of the recommendations was about the NPRIs. And the NPRIs, they should be more formal and not as, in the beginning, it was more informal. Like Pieter Jan told before, in the beginning, for example, there were employees involved in the NPRIs. And we will see later on, there are other people involved in NPRIs. I don't want to tell everything, otherwise Gert-Jan has nothing to tell. But we changed several things in the approach of the NPRI. So that's also a phase 3 development. And this is based on the report in 21 on the special commission. Yeah, and then the next slide, please. And what's changed? Of course, we have to develop a new framework. In the beginning, we started with the MPRIs annually. We started every year, and then we concluded it's impossible for the repass to have an MPRI and the next year have another MPRI if you want to introduce all the opportunities for development in your process. The time's simply too short. You need more time. And then we changed to a 2-year period, so that the last MPRI in the Netherlands was in a 2-year period, and that was quite good, I think. Nowadays, we start with a 2-year period, and maybe we will look at a longer period if this is successfully. But it's open. That's why it's 4 years in a 4-year period instead of a 2-year period. But we're still looking what's the most ideal period for the cycle of MPRIs. Because keep in mind, when we perform an MPRI, the opportunities for development are the start, an important start of the next MPRI. So there will be discussion. What have you done with your recommendations of the previous period? Another, not big change, but it's a formal change now because the Association of MPRIs, where Peter Jan is chair, gets a more formal role in the development of the MPRIs. Nowadays, it was between a lot of different organizations, like the Union of Municipalities and Union of Provinces. But now it's formal. It's the Association of the Repass is in charge. It's clear. And another thing which was changed, and Peter Jan told before, the results of the MPRIs are publicly available. So after each MPRI, there will be a report and it will be published on the website of the REPA itself. So that's also a main change in the previous, according to the previous repass of previous MPRIs, because then this was not obliged to publish it, and now it's obliged. Another main change is the expert team. Expert team previously was of members of employees of the REPA. In the next phase, the directors of the REPAs are involved. So it's more strict. It's more. It gives more power to the report. It's made by the directors. So I think this is a very good step, good step in development of the REPAs. And we have also got an expert team, and with what I said before, the directors of REPA, we got also an independent chair. So that's also an important step in improvement. It's not all by the repass, but we got an independent chair. It makes it a little bit more formal than just a critical friend. The independent chair keeps every directors to the lesson. So what are you talking about? And if he's not satisfied with an answer, the independent chair could ask for more questions. So that's also a next step. The next dot is about central reporting of the main observation to the ministry. It's not a big change. Peter Jan told before that was also done in phase 2. But it's important to take everybody aboard. And it's not only a report to the ministry, but it's also a report to the Union of Municipalities and the Union of Provinces. So everybody, and keep in mind, in the Netherlands, the repass are financed by the municipalities and the provinces, and that's important. We sent also the report to the owners of the repass, not only to the ministry but also to the owners. So we sent them also to the Union of Municipalities and Union of Provinces. Another thing is we have developed a standard procedure now. Jan will tell something more about the standard procedure and what this means. Last important change is we will look if we could make the principle of MPRI more legally binding. We don't want to prescribe what they should do within an MPRI, but you should perform an MPRI with your REPA. We think that's important to a certain. The previous slide of this slide is also 4 year period, something with a time period, and you should perform an MPRI. I don't know exactly what this will be, but something like that it will be. And then you see the development of starting with a group of 6, enthusiastic, have everybody aboard, all 29. So that's very, very good. And then the next step, make it more, even more strict by legally binding. So that's also a development in the Netherlands. And keep in mind, if you start with an MPRI, the goal should not be to have legally binding the MPRI. That's the way it is developed in the Netherlands, but it's also a way it could develop. But this is what was, when we started, was not the goal to make legally binding. Of course, it was the goal. Everybody should be aboard, and but this is the result, how things will develop in politics and parliament, and yeah, that's the way it is. But at the end, I think I could look at Pieter Jan. We're not unhappy if we could have it more strict and even legally binding. If it's not too detailed, I think the repass is easy to him to work with it.
And maybe I could add something. What in the Netherlands for the repass is very important is that it's a peer review and not an audit. If you look to the development now, you might think at the end it will be so strict, it will be an audit. But an audit is an all other instrument. So from the repass perspective, we want a professional peer review with a good rhythm, with a good structure, a good way of reporting, and seriously taking into account all the opportunities for development and carrying them out. But if it becomes an audit, it becomes more strict, and there is a hierarchy is coming up, and we don't want that. That's another instrument. Okay, if the government wants that, but then it is another instrument and not in place of the peer review.
Yeah. Keep also in mind, there was also a discussion in the Netherlands about an inspection. The repass could be inspected, how they perform by the National Inspectorate. That was also an option. And both are not ideal. We as ministry seriously believe we can perform better, or the repass can perform better by the instrument of using the instrument of MPRI than by auditing and by inspection of a National Inspectorate, because the only goal when you use these instruments is to pass the audit, or to pass the inspection of the National Inspectorate. And the MPRI instruments, the improvement is by themselves. So it's because they want to improve, and that's better. It's a better way of thinking than just somebody is passing by and say you have to do that and you have to do that, and then it's okay. So it's just more for themselves. We truly believe that will improve the system more. Gert-Jan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Well, I can tell you currently 2 repas are working on a self-assessment. And the next repa to be that will get a peer review is really preparing, because it's within 2 weeks. So the 3rd of April, we will have the next peer review. And the next 2 in line are preparing their self-assessment. So that's, yeah, an illustration that it's really what we are active with in the Netherlands at the moment. Well, the content of our peer reviews is that we look into the legislation, that we look how is the prioritization of the doing the work. So it has to do, of course, with the classification of activities in industry, and how to apply priorities based on risk analysis. We really see that as an important point to check on that, and if that is regionally in its setup. We look at the development power of the REPAs. So not only do they execute their work the way they should, but are they able to step up to face developments and to be able to be also in the near future to execute their duties. So, and the innovation, we ask open questions like, okay, which innovation items do you have in mind? What's your view on that? So what's your mission and vision on that? And how do you execute there? And how do you make the financials available and monitor on steps to be ready for the future? So also the collaboration in a chain. So a REPA is acting in a chain of organizations, partly the inspection agencies, but also the police and other organizations. How is that collaboration in practice? Including criminal law. This is really a attention point where we want nationwide to step up and have a more close link of collaboration. Well, the independence of the REPAs is important. So we ask questions about how do you interact with your local governments. Typically in the Netherlands, a REPA has 10 to 25 owners, so to say. So they are the local governments and they together are the owner of the REPA. So which means that the REPA has to interact and make sure that they have very clear scope and focus, but also that they are able still to be independent and to stay independent, executing well the process of handling permits and inspections, so that they are not influenced where that should not be the case. And the governance of the REPAs is also an item because, like I am telling, a lot of owners means that you need to have a structure in place to be able to have one way of working still, and that you have your schedule for the decision-making process on current issues, and to prioritize the workload and the preparation is critical. So the situation is that the financials are limited, of course, which is always the case, but they are limited in a way that it is an important topic for the REPAs to dive into that during the interviews of the peer reviews. How is that prioritization working so that they prioritize well? But still, then what are the wishes, and to add other items to the workload because of the importance, but where they see that it is difficult also to execute on that because of the limits of their financials. So we also ask questions about the adaptive power. So looking at the trends and developments, the ability to adapt on that, which is seen as one of the key important criteria to assess the REPAs on. Also in the near future, this will be a key element. then of course the quality of the products and service. But like my colleagues are stressing, we don't dive that deep, and it does not have the character of a audit. So we typically don't dive into the specific cases of handling permits and inspections to see if the quality on that detail level is okay. That's what we not do. So we, but that's next slide, please. What I can highlight when it comes to the setup, because when you look at how a peer review is set up, then you could see it as 2 days of very tight schedule. First day is preparation at the location of that RIPA. Second day, the last part of that first day is the first interviews with the board of directors and the governance key players. And next day is full of interviews. So a lot of interviews, 2 in parallel with many employees of the organization from all levels. That's the way we do it in 2 days. It's so to say just 2 days, and it's an intense process. During those 2 days, we gain a lot of information, and we also can compare what we hear in one interview and in the other interview, and if that is in line with each other or is contradicting. And so we ask questions on the points where the issues might be, in order to be able to do proper recommendations in the fields of challenges for further development. To prepare that, we have several moments of contact, and what I already started with is we ask to do a self-assessment in advance. So the whole process starts with discussing what will come in the coming weeks, 10 weeks beforehand, and then hand over a questionnaire. And based on that questionnaire, the RIPA will do the self-assessment. So that's what we get up front, and we prepare as a expert team by reading and determining which questions will we focus on during the interviews. So then when you look broader at the organization, then a steering committee is important, already mentioned by Jan. It's to make sure that we have a governance nationwide on our NPRI program, so that the steering committee can, in this initial phase of executing the current setup of peer reviews, to be able to monitor on that and to take decisions where needed, because we are still in a development phase. Looking at the past 6 months, we did a pilot. So we did a pilot of 4 peer reviews. So 4 RIPAs volunteered to participate in that, and which was good. We ended just some weeks ago the pilot phase with an evaluation session. We started it with a session with a broad audience of all involved stakeholders, and we ended it with kind of the same audience to evaluate. And so that's, is that in the next slide? You're right. It's here. And so, thank you. What you see then in the evaluation, the feedback was, well, this is really what we want, and that's also what we hear from yeah, basically all repas currently that we want this, and so go ahead with the current setup. We have a guideline for that. I should have told you, but we are using a guideline for this, but still in a phase that we can develop it. We concluded in the evaluation. We continue with this guideline for the moment. Because next few peer reviews will be in the very near future, but that then a team will work on changes. So in the evaluation, a few changes are mentioned, are seen as important. On the content, they say, well, it's rather broad. What we are doing now is a rather, thank you, Mark, for assisting, a rather broad set of questions. So prioritize on that to really ask on the most important questions, because it's the time frame of just 2 days. And so that's what we will work on. And then we also want to create room for current questions. So when we are planning a next peer review, that we are able to interact with that REPA. Hey, are there typical current issues which you would like to include in your peer review? We want to get room for that, and also other current issues from environmental perspective or whatsoever. There should be room for that. So we work on that. We also got the feedback. Hey, it's important to have training, proper training, like already Chris and colleagues were stressing. Yes, we did some training. We want to develop that part. So we have proper training for the people involved in the expert teams. So also a governance proposal that was also feedback from the evaluation. Strengthen your governance organization, so that will end up in a governance proposal. And the central report will be made looking back at the pilot. We will do a central reporting on the highlights, the outcome, the highlights of those first 4 peer reviews, and that's what we then public, and also will be handed into the minister. We work on external communication and looking at the execution this year. Well, first one, 3rd of April, but for this year, 11 peer reviews are planned. So we already have the schedule, which is a tight schedule of 11 other peer reviews with the specific dates and organizations when they will receive their peer review. So, and what Mark already was saying, it's getting legally binding. So this was the last slide. Can you check? So these are our highlights of what we are working on, let's say.
Maybe I think it was excellent, and it's full of ambition for us in the Netherlands to move forward. But I want to add something, because you made a good point that in phase 3 the directors get a more prominent position in the whole instrument, and I was a member of the team in one of the 4 pilots. I invited myself, to be honest, because I was very curious how the system could work, and I could only say that what Gert-Jan also already said, that it were 2 intensive days, but it was not only the 2 days, because in advance we also had to read a lot of documents from the REPA which were delivered to prepare ourselves. And during the 2 days, we were as a team, we were constantly looking at the results and say, okay, the next interview will be that and that. That's what we saw. We will ask to clarify that and that. And in my project, what I did in one of the REPAs, we did go in depth. I spoke with an inspector, but also I spoke to the chair of the board, the political board, the provisional from the province of Flevoland. And that was very interesting. And I could only say that it worked. And also all my colleagues are very enthusiastic about the step we made, more in depth, and that we all feel safe and secure with that and in the comfort zone. That's what I also got back from the four pilots. I don't know if that's also your impression, but to get back to 2016, where I had to persuade, please, 6 come on board. Now we see where we are now. It's 29 and more in depth. So we are happy, I think, now, and I'm sure there will be a phase 4, of course, but for now we make a huge step forward. So that's what I want to add.
Yeah, thank you for your addition. So really, it is that we try to get in depth, and we get in depth during the interviews to a certain extent, but we are struggling with the time, you know. So that's the only constraint which makes that we cannot ask everything. But yes, it's a lot of enthusiasm.
Of course, Chris.
You finished your presentation with a kind of a cliffhanger. This was the last bullet on the last slide. Legally binding. That's something new. And I know that Italy also, when they developed their peer review methodology, and that you are in the process to get it legally binding, even to include it in the law. How do you see that? How do you see that in front of you? How to get that organized? Because all the time we said in our presentations, it's non-binding, it's not binding. But this is quite interesting. So could you elaborate a bit on that?
Okay. I think it's kind of natural, and it's the result of all the steps we made so far, and it also has to show to the public it's a serious instrument. So it's also to the parliament to show it's an serious instrument. It's not. And in the beginning, we were developing the instrument, and then it's very important. It's voluntary, and everybody now start small, start a small group to convince people. When it's successfully, you can convince more people to use the instrument. And at the end, when it's really when the pressure is really high, we also got the investigation of a special commission I told before. And the special commission recommended, for example, an inspection of the repass by the National Inspectorate. And that would be very complex, because the thing is, what you will do by an inspection of the National Inspectorate for the repass is just pass that inspection and not to improve yourself. And we seriously believe, we convinced our minister that it's a better instrument to do it by the regional environmental, the repass themselves, than by the National Inspectorate. Although not everybody is convinced about this situation, but at least our minister is, we as ministry are, and the repass themselves are. So we think this system will work, and the only drawback from the start is we have to make it legally binding. But legally binding is only you have to repeat it in a certain period. It's not you do have to take this in account, this in account. It's just period, and it's not very special to have this legally binding because we have the safety, the regional safety institutes, and they also got this kind of system already legally binding. So for the Dutch the system in a whole, it's not very specific to have an MPRI legally binding. For the safety unions, it's not an MPRI, but it's looking the same like an MPRI. It's also by themselves and not by another inspectorate inspecting the safety boards. And that's why we think we can introduce this also with the repass.
So if I understand correctly, the mechanism of peer review in terms of frequency cycle, that will be included in legislation or whatever, will be legally binding. But when it comes to the outcome, because you also mentioned there will be an expert team who's looking at the recommendations, etc., etc. Is it the ambition to make them also legally binding? Or is it...
My personal opinion is not an ambition to have that detail. First, let's start with the principle, and let's see if this is working. And if this is working, and the parliament is satisfied, and the public is satisfied to this, and don't start to be when you write legislation, because then you lose a lot of interest of people who should take part in this kind of in the MPRI. Then the MPRI themselves will be an instrument like an inspection. You only do it fast because it's legally binding, and we hope they do it. The repass will do it like the safety boards will do it because they want to improve. That's the main thing.
Maybe I could add something. It's exactly as Mark mentioned. The legally binding is about the procedure and the rhythm, and to take it serious. But we have a governance board, and they will, during the period, and the governance is not only about the repass, but also the national government, the Union of Provinces, and the Union of Municipalities is on board within the governance board, and they look on the quality and to take it serious. So they will make a program and what topics are should really be looked after. That will be the sort of mechanism to provide enough quality. And there is something interesting. Just some few weeks ago, I talked to a director of the board of our national inspectorate, and I discussed with her. I said, "Why don't you also step in the instrument of peer reviews like we do?" She said, "That's an interesting idea because they have an inspectorate, national inspectorate with 1,300 people on board, which has a very broad task. But why not?" And so they don't. The national inspectorates in the Netherlands don't have something like a peer review or look in the mirror, and you know because you work there. But I found it very refreshing and very encouraging. So we are on the good road, and some other people are thinking, why might we do this also? And I found it interesting, and I was very happy. She was also happy, and we are working now on it to start discussion on that point. And so maybe if we are in phase 4 or phase 5, it's not only about the repass, but also on additional inspectorates, and that makes our system stronger, I think, and makes also to public and to boards. It makes it. They get some more trust on transparency. We will give them. So.
Can I ask one more? Just to, I mean, we all probably hope. One more question. Short question. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can sit down. We had only question I had related to legally binding, because it might be interesting for all of us, I think, is because one of the principles of the MPRI is actually it's a kind of a review among friends, if I may say it a little bit. I could imagine that there is some resistance that, hey, wait a minute, I am now a little bit reluctant to provide information when it becomes legally binding. Did you encounter any resistance in your discussions about the legally binding aspect? That's the
I did not on the director's level. We talked and discussed a lot about it, but now we give it the benefit of the doubt to say, let's see how it works. We are not totally confident, everybody, but let's see in the next coming this year, as Gert-Jan said, and next year we will carry out peer reviews in all 29. And I think on the background, Chris, there is some reluctance of colleagues, but for now they feel safe and secure. But let's see in 2 years. I think it's not the final conclusion now.
Say, the possibility of evolution of the activity. So you have not to start in your mind with the idea that you have to start with a legally binding activity or not. The importance is to start. And afterward, when there is also a kind of trust in your network about the work, you can think about some evolution that can involve also other stakeholders. This is a principle on which also Italy, going forward, we can see at the end of this process also some legally binding activity. And you will see also that, for example, Romania is doing something that could become some legally binding consequence of this. So it's a mixed situation that can evolve from a first stage in which you gather people, you demonstrate the usefulness of the activity, and then you bring your to the competent authority and so on. And this is a process. You have not to decide by now that your work should be one thing as another one. Thank you.
One small remark. This is about repass, and I also want to introduce the system with the water boards, and there's very at the beginning. So, and when you start with water boards, it's also not intention to have it legally binding at the end. It's just what's possible, and we will see what develops. So it's phase by phase, and you can't. We are working in phase 3, as Pieter-Jan mentioned and Gert-Jan mentioned, and we don't know what will happen in phase 4. So phase by phase, step by step, and then develop the system.
Okay. Next seminar that we will perform this year, we will have a section regarding legally binding activity. Fabio.
Short question. At the very beginning of the presentation, talking about the review team, you said that there is also on board an external expert or something like that. How do you choose this person?
Yeah, the external expert needs to be somebody in the phase 3 now who is independent, knows what's happening within the repass, what kind of work we do, and is chairing the process within that repass from the beginning to the end, and also takes care of the consistency of carrying out it in all 29. There will be no one expert for all 29, but so it will be chosen on expertise and capacity to chair a process like a peer review, because it's very demanding. I think to in 2 days with the work in advance and after to work this out. So there is a search for this kind of people, and it's like we discussed yesterday together also. It's not about I know somebody who wants and I have a friend and etc. etc. No, we try to look really and to scrutineer scrutining on expertise, availability, added value, who you are, and I think that's also a part of the development to become more professional in this process.
So is there a public list of practitioners that could be expert? Or,
What do you mean?
and is there a public hearing you select the way you select?
No. The chair is independent and is not paid on not on the payroll of one of the repas or on national level, but the team members are mostly civil servants and are judged by I need that and that and that, and are you available? And then they enter the team. So it's not a public process, and I think in the near future it won't be. It's our process. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to have a deliberative presentation by Italy. It's a two-voice presentation because we speak about the part of the framework in which MPRIs are developing in Italy by now, but we will have also a presentation about the experience that we are carrying out from the practical point of view. So, Raffaele, Adele. I don't introduce Raffaele, she will introduce herself, but everybody must know her and the work that is carried out in carrying on in Italy about peer reviews. Sorry.
Facciamo tutto noi.
Okay.
Perhaps no, thank you. I work in the Directorate General of ARPA Lombardia, the Regional Environmental Protection Agency of Lombardy region. And in particular, I'm in charge with the external institutional relations with the main stakeholders of the agency, and of course, at national level with the National System for Environmental Protection. Okay. As Fabio already told us yesterday, our national network system was formally established in 2016 by law number 132. That it's a system which unifies the competencies, the skills of the 21 RIPAs and of ISPRA, the National Institute for Environmental Protection and Research. In the slide, you see 21 regional and provincial environmental agencies, because Italy has 20 regions, but we have 19 regional agencies and 2 provincial agencies in the autonomous provinces of Trento and Bolzano. This is the explanation of this number. In this slide, I summarize the main principles of this, our founding law, that are securing a proper and uniform level of environmental protection all over Italy, and promoting the homogeneity of actions in the 21 agency and ISPRA. Sorry. The founding law of the system introduced an important concept for the system. It's the concept of LEPTA, Lab tasks are defined by the law as the essential level of environmental technical services, which represent the homogeneous minimum level that the system must guarantee all over Italy. And linked to this topic, there is also the topic of financing lab tasks and the activities of the REPAS. And so the system had to define standard costs for each type of activity performed and delivered. And how did the system work to define standard costs of its activities? In a first phase, the system started this activity aimed at defining standard costs on the basis of historical information given by the agency. But this was a very difficult, very hard work because the different agencies had different ways, use different tools for management accounting. So it was quite impossible to arrive at defining standard costs in that way. So the system decided to solve this issue with an approach from scratch, based on the experience of groups of expert teams, specialized technicians coming from the different agencies through peer-to-peer workshops. No, sorry. We were in the period between 2018, 2019, sorry. You see in this picture, Giuseppe and my colleague Raffaella Marigo, because these groups of experts in different matters were supervised by a team of supervisors, not the experts in the particular team, that you guide the work. Why questo? Avanti. This was a meeting, if I'm not wrong, carried out in ARPA Calabria, the agency of Calabria region, that is a region in the south of Italy. And there you were analyzing soil remediation activity carried out by activities on the field of soil remediation. In the slide, I summarized in very, very short because it's an important work. The phases of the work carried out by these peer-to-peer workshops with the objective to define final cost. They started from a first phase with the definition of standard processes for each service delivered by the REPAS. Then on the basis of the standard process, they arrived at defining the standard time of reference for these services. And finally, they arrived at defining the cost of these services in terms of human resources involved, instrument, tools, general expenses, and so on. I've lost my presentation on this, okay? Sorry. Okay. All these different groups use a common template. They use a standard process template as assessment framework to define the actual detailed process scheme. And through these workshops, the system has studied about 70 processes. And as I told before, the outcomes represent the basis to define the REPAS funding together with the sizing of the regional needs for each activity to be delivered. 2020, I would like to remark that the founding law of the system states that LETAs, the essential levels of activity, must be established, formally established by a prime ministerial decree. So in 2020, on the basis of the experience of the activity carried out in the years before, the system written the draft of this decree and proposed it to the Minister of Environment. It was December 2020. Nowadays, this act is not yet been adopted. It's currently underway, the process of adoption. But I would like to remark that this draft of decree provides the use of peer reviews in the system as tool to promote homogeneity of behavior in the agency and to improve levels of efficiency. The decree provides that these peer reviews must be informed by method approved and adopted national or international level. And this decree has some annexes, and in particular, there is one annex, the annex number 6, that contains the principles for carrying out the activities of peer review in the national system. And in this context, a peer review project has been initiated, and it's a peer review on the field of end of waste activities. And this peer review is nowadays carry out taking as reference the MPRI methodology. The MPRI methodology and guidance we saw yesterday. But this experience will be illustrated to you by the colleague Adele in the second part of this presentation. One more. 2020. It's nowadays under evaluation, not yet started. Another MPRI, Italian MPRI, on environmental damage. In this moment, this initiative is in a preliminary phase, not yet shared with the board, with the council of the national system. We were wondering to start this peer review concerning the Italian law, which transposed the Directive 35 on environmental liability with regard to the provision or remedying of environmental damage. So only first steps of a feasibility study have been performed now. And in order to determine the scope of this peer review, its assessment framework, the possible stakeholders we address with the result of this activity of peer review, and also the members of the system that could take part to the activity of peer review. I thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to Adele.
Thank you, Raffaella. As you can see, we're trying to put the MPRI activity as a piece of law. At this moment, coming back to this question, but should it be binding or not? In this moment, we see that the review should be binding from the point of view of the execution of the review. But at present, hasn't been yet. We had a discussion in deep with the legislator about the possible outcome. Obviously, if you find something interesting and you bring this conclusion to the stakeholder have to decide if to implement as a mandatory finding or only as a recommendation for the network. So a multi-level activity in which anyway we are trying to force all the agency to take part of the activity, because we still have some resistances about the wouldn't say usefulness of the work, but the fact that general directors sometimes say, but we are understaffed, and so I cannot deliver people to make this kind of job, etc., etc. So the first step is to make sure everybody must take part to this. Afterward, on the basis of the result, it will be decided if the outcome should be implemented as a mandatory activity or not. Thank you. Sorry for this. Try to keep together the two parts, and let's see now the feelings from Adele. Also, Adele is a veteran about peer reviews, so please, Adele, we are very, very curious to see the presentation about this new topic. Thank you.
Thank you. I try to describe to you our experience of a peer review. The first experience of a peer review, which was about IPPC inspection and the original characteristics of that one that we made in 2016. In that experience, SNPA board approved the first Italian manual of peer review, which was IRI inspired. We did the survey, a SWOT analysis, and the diffusion of results. In the next slide, we can focalize about these activities. And now we are going to do the new experience of a peer review, of a national peer review about the circular economy. And this one is an important national peer review. Just tomorrow we are going to do a meeting about this activity. Well, in the first experience of a peer review, as I told, in 2015, the national system approved the project. And in this project, we put the basis of the Italian national peer review with was approved the manual in 2016. And we did the first residential national peer review in this. Oh. Okay, in this slide, okay. In this slide, we can see 3 steps of the first national peer review of Italian national peer review. As I told, the SNPA in this activity analyzed its behavior about IPPC inspection. And the project may be scheduled into 3 steps. Above all, we did a specific survey about IPPC inspection according to 2 different topics: programmatic, organizational, and technical procedural activity during the IPPC inspection. We collected the information about the answer of all agencies, and we had significant results. The instrument we used for this national peer review were the manual, which was approved, and the residential peer review at ARPA Campania. We did this experience in October 2016. The results, our follow-up. We did the data analysis survey, SWOT analysis, and the diffusion of results with a specific book. I took the book we did in this experience, and an important workshop at the Italian Parliament. This experience was most important. And now we are going to do the second experience of national peer review about the topic and the waste biomass. In 2021, SNPA board approved this activity, and this peer review, I made an initial application of the decree LEPTA, as described before by Raffaella. And on December of the last year was communicated the kickoff meeting of the project. In this project, there are a project leader is ARPA Emilia Romagna, which is the host agency for residential peer review. In the team, there are ISPRA, 8 agencies, and a member of IMPEL, Giuseppe. The topic of end waste. Why this topic? According to us, it is an important topic because of the circular economy principles. And the system is involved in the permitting with the technical evaluation and in inspection with the control of permitting requirements. And we chose this topic because an introduction of a new regulation in the Italian law give us an important rules. Actually, in absence of a specific European or Italian regulation, for the permitting is necessary a technical evaluation, which is called case by case. This evaluation is binding. Then this is an important rule for SNPA. in this national peer review, what action we are going to do? First of all, the scoping of the activity, stakeholder analysis, assessment framework. And in this phase, in order to have a good assessment framework, we are going to collection, regulatory and permitting best practice. We are going to develop a survey, specific survey for this activity. And the analysis of this survey, the data processing, will be useful in order to organize the residential peer review. Actually, we are going to program the site visit at ARPA Emilia-Romagna for the national peer review. We will organize the SWOT analysis, and the follow-up will be the final report and the final proposal. Our meeting, we did 3 meetings about these activities, and one meeting is we are going to do tomorrow, just tomorrow, in presence in Rome. In the first meeting, we, after a general overview of the project, we discussed about the scope and the stakeholder analysis. In the second meeting, we defined the scope of the project, and in the third meeting, we confirmed the stakeholder analysis, and we established how to do the assessment framework. And for this, we decided to divide the subject into 2 levels of analysis, 1 level general and 1 level more specific. And then we are going to develop the survey. Our tools, as I told, we use the survey as an instrument in order to know how the agency work about this theme. Then we are going to develop this survey in the general form and in the specific form. Then the service data analysis, we are going to, for each question, the answer will be analyzed and represented graphically. And the SWOT analysis will be the end of the process. We are going to use the SWOT analysis to evaluate the results of a survey data analysis and the result of the residential peer review. The SWOT analysis will be more useful for us in order to know the strength and the weakness of the system, the opportunities and the threats of external organization, and to propose how to continue this work. Then this is our experience, and we are going to tell you how we finish this part of work. Thanks.
Thank you. Any question, consideration, observations? No.
Thank you both. That has been carried out in Italy. I find it very interesting because you have an all other approach as we have in the Netherlands, but still within the framework and the ideas what the NPRI is trying to carry out. But I have some questions just for my own clarification. If you look to where you started, it's also a lot about data and systems about data and how they are collected. It's very important to agree upon the system, but if the outcome is on the table, then you have a discussion. So I'm curious, did you agree on the system, and how did it work out now? If there are outcomes, I know you showed me, how do the ARPAs handle with the outcome and the comparison between? Because I think there is an ARPA who has more cost per product than the other one. How do you explain? So I'm curious about that because that's also a discussion in the Netherlands. It's also always go about finances. That's a very interesting topic within the public domain. Another question is to you also. You said about a very interesting topic on end of waste, and you said, well, at the end we deliver a report, and then we're ready. I'm curious also about the it's a serious topic, end of waste, also in the Netherlands when it's end of waste. How do you implement, and how do you look after implementation, and do you come back later on, for instance, in 1 or 2 or 4 years? What did we achieve with this report? Because we think very much about this in the Netherlands. We said, well, we have a peer review rhythm of 4 years, so we come back after that 4 years, and we ask to the inspectorates, what's your performance on the opportunities for development? So I'm curious about what are you doing with the report, and is there a moment to reflect on it and on the implementation? Well, 2 questions.
I start then, Giuseppe, help me with the first question of PTN. Thank you. A good question. I speak about the experience on analysis of processes, and so defining of standard costs. The activity of definition of standard costs were carried out in order to evaluate also REPA's financing. So this is not an activity carried out by the system. So all the results, the data of that important process work carried out by the expert teams were resumed in a report that the board of this national system approved, and then used these results in some occasion in meetings with our Ministry of the Environment, not the actual one, the previous, yes. And so they're the basis to other evaluation carried out by others.
Let me add something.
Yes,
There's
thank you.
There's a big challenge with those. We evaluate with this method standard cost, and everybody of our technicians agree on this evaluation, which was made around the table, gathering the experience of everybody, because we were not able, as just Raffaella said, to find historical data that could be useful for making this kind of evaluation. We had a challenge, and at present we have the challenge to compare what we evaluated with the actual expenses in the agency. I don't discover any military secret saying that we are already aware that there are some disalignment in the system. We see that sometime for some performances, for some services, everybody is quite aligned from the evaluation, historical evaluation, and the work, the outcome of the work made by groups. But in another situation, we have agencies that has lower costs or much higher costs. So in this moment, we are very, very, very cautious to these data. We are performing, we're going forward with a test on field, comparing our forecast and the actual data, because what we would like to prevent that somebody of the general directors not finding himself rewarded by this work steps back. And in this moment, we are still in the phase of the approval of the law. So we have to keep the situation as calm as possible. Sorry for this overlapping of political issues with technical issues, but we know that when you make something really important, it could be felt as an aggressive behavior. So we are working. But anyway, agencies in this moment are testing inside our agencies the comparison between the forecast and the actual cost. It means also that we rely on the work that has been made with this kind of peer-to-peer approach. But anyway, we want also to understand if also mistakes from our side has been made or not. So anyway, we think that we already have a guidance to look into each one of the agencies. Each one of the agencies should take into care this work without being scared on its results. We want to go to the legislator with a uniform, even positive opinion from all the agencies. So yeah, for the point of view of the evaluation of the cost, we are in between a phase in which we want to be very strong in our conclusion before going forward. From the point of view of the implementation of the result of the other peer reviews, that one that has been is carried out at this moment by that group, you have to take into account this. I tried already to explain in some slides that I showed yesterday. There are some conclusions that could be, I trust that, I believe that there will be some conclusion that could be directly interested by the ratepayers without any kind of further permits, authorization, obligation, and so on. Because there are some technical issues that could be, could find some solution that do not need this kind of further approval and so on. You have some technical conclusion decided by technicians, some best practices that can be spreaded in the system. Being best practices does mean that it doesn't mean that somebody is already using that, and so they can be spread without any kind of that. But there is a high hand of what they are looking into. And the high hand says that the part of the law are wrong, or they have to be synchronized between different authorities that overlaps the roles, etc., etc. This is one of the major issues in our country. This overlapping of competences from different. So you can understand that the way of speaking about conclusions that say that the law are wrong, you have to be really cautious. You have to go forward because the system permits you to demonstrate that something has to be done. But anyway, you can understand that in some cases the parliament should go forward with the implementation of the result of the peer review. This is really an high level, and let's see.
Okay, no, in order to have a constant review of our job, we are going to give as a result a procedure, a scheme of how to do the analysis of end waste. And then this is the basis of a national guideline, perhaps. We are going to analyze the technical elements in order to obtain a scheme of analysis. The application of this scheme of analysis is the results, and monitoring the application of this scheme is very important.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for, just the follow up. But there are thoughts and systems in place to the follow up. But I just want one short reflection on your contribution, Giuseppe. I found very interesting that what's coming out of the work field from this peer reviews is that the law isn't correct, or you can't work with the law, and that's the same in the Netherlands. We as RIPA's have a lot of examples where the law stands in our way. We cannot work with or law interferes with each other, etc. So we asked the ministry, could we have several times a year, we could have a meeting to discuss what we are meeting, our professionals meeting in the field and see, and how could we solve that? So there's a kind of practitioners table with the ministry with some topics, and we asked the ministry how could we solve that? So the voice of the practitioners, we let it here in The Hague, in our central government. We started with that only this year, so I don't have any experience, but I'm very happy from the REPA side of you that the ministry is open for discussion, because many years there was no discussion. It was the law. We couldn't do anything about it. Well, just try to work with it, and now we have a serious conversation. So I think that's good, and that's also coming from processes like peer review, because we make it clear. Thank you.
Fabio, have you any further observation, Fabio?
Just one little remark about the question to Adele. I think that the strong part of the research is the SWOT analysis. You collect data, then you try to draft the real picture of the situation. You have the circular economy, you have the law, and then you have the reality. That how the system is working on these two important topics. And this, yes, there's a gap, of course. So the SWOT analysis is, in our view, is useful for the politicians to decide, to have tools to decide what to do if they want to do, how to improve if they want to improve, and how the system is really working. Good things, the dark side of the moon, and so on. So I think that data collection is finalized to paint the big picture and give the politicians the opportunity to understand what's really going on. From my side.
Yes,
Do you
I
agree, Adele?
Yes, I agree. And the national peer review wants to see how the paint is effectively applied in reality. So the distance between the law and the application will be summarized in the SWOT analysis. Yes. We are going to do before the survey analysis data, the national peer review, in order to see how we apply, how we do the permit about end waste case by case, and then the SWOT analysis, which wants to analyze all the results.
Yes, to complete, remember that it is case by case in Italy. Since they are case by case, we realize that we don't know each other, the agency do. So what we will aim is to maximize uniformity. So this is one of our aim, to know, to have uniformity. It's not easy, but it's what we are trying to do.
Thank you, Bruno. He also belongs to the group that is performing this peer review in Italy. I tried to draw some conclusion of this part of the morning, and I think that among many interesting topics that have been touched, and this fostered in me the idea that this kind of work should be really useful. I have to repeat, to speak openly about our problem. I think that we have an element that we have to take into care, which is the governance system of the peer review, because we have a trade-off. Smaller is it is the governance system, and of a lower level is the governance system. You have more flexibility. You can decide in a very fast way. you can do a lot of things, etc., but you have to to walk a very long road to have your suggestion implemented. If you have a high level governance system, you have and you have in the system the decisors, what does it mean? That maybe that you are more stiff in taking decisions, more political committed from several points of view, but when the decisors are inside the steering committee, the governance system, they oblige themselves to apply, to implement the conclusion of the peer reviews. So we have to find out a kind of balance on this. You want to go forward with the first experience, stay small. Afterward, you have to suggest it to your bosses, to your political bodies, competent political bodies, as a proposal of a group of interest. And in a further situation, maybe that as we are trying as Italy is trying to do, and I see also traces of this point of view in Netherlands, you involve the decisional bodies, and what they decide there to study, it means that they need some solution about there, and it could be more easily implemented. So taking into care the problem, the issue, it's not a problem, the question of the governance system of your national peer review initiative. I think that we are not completely timing, but we have just finished the coffee break. So obviously, but again, I'm a little bit scared about the fact that again, I repeat, we had to be here 5 minutes before 14:30 because of our external. So I want to be as much as humanly possible, to be at the restaurant as soon as possible, etc., etc., etc. Please enjoy your coffee for a few minutes.
L'ho rimesso qua. Ma ce ne sono due. Perché ci sono due Raffaele Melzani? Mi fai una foto con due Raffaele Melzani? No, guarda. Perché due? Perché due? Why two? Perché sono grossa?
Sì.
Qua, me la fai qua, guarda. Le metto qui. C'ho in mano un fazzoletto di carta. C'è soffiato, Giuseppe? No, anche l'altro. Così. Non mi viene. Grazie.
Oh, you're working together. Why can't So we have to finish and
Oh, may I ask you to come into our room, please? The professor is calling you inside because the professor has Thank you. No, no. Yeah, we should try to stay within an hour and using the part of our lunch time also to discuss and making other questions. But anyway, as I already said to you, we are trying to organize another seminar before the end of the year, maybe at the end of summer. Yeah, still to decide where to go, but we have some hypotheses that we will communicate to you. And I think that this part of our seminar is really important because till now you have listened to advices from experts, the experiences already in place, maybe started many years ago, etc. And so you can be from a certain point of view scared because you saw only people with some experience, etc. But this is the time to see what is going forward with countries that decided to implement NTRI in last month. We are very interested also as project team to understand which are the actual challenges and how the challenges are be solved in very practical cases as that one. So please, I know that when both Monica and Enrico will speak to you about the experiences, you will be attracted by the topic that they are using for performing the first review. Everybody's interested in the issue regarding the import of goods in a nation with the risk of smuggling of waste and so on, because this is a topic. And you are also interested in the fact that the nation decided to open a new office for the use of new technologies based in the experience on national review, but will be attracted by the topic itself, the new technologies, drones, satellite, and so on. But from our point of view, that's very important experience have to be considered from the point of view of the big methodological background on what is they made, how the guidelines written by our team has been used or non-used, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the two presentations have this double face side to consider. The topic itself that has been the subject of the preview, but also how they use our small advisors to carry on this work. Another last things, they can witness to you that our team is aside you when you want to perform a peer review. We want to assist the newcomers and we want to stay with them until they are confident in their capabilities for new activities. From a certain point of view, I hope that our support will be always asked for, because we like to work with Enrico, with Monica, with other friends, but we have also to make so that each one of your organization became independent, autonomous in performing this kind of activity. In that moment, our aim as national peer review team would be achieved. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you. Well, regarding NPRI, I didn't get my 18, so I'm not a major yet, so I still need your help. Thank you very much. As Giuseppe mentioned, we are developing an NPRI in regards of waste transfer in the cross-border point. For you to understand, because some of the people in this room didn't come to Oradea, to our meeting, I just very shortly present what is National Environmental Guard. And therefore, I present for you to understand why we needed this peer review to do it in our organization. Well, the National Environmental Guard, it's a public institution and function as a specialized body of the central public administration. It is financed entirely from the state budget and is subordinated to Ministry of Environment. And of course, it's a specialized inspection and control body that can take measures to sanction, suspend, or stop diverse activity as a result of pollution and deterioration of the environment for non-compliance. The Romanian National Environmental Guard is facing at this time some challenges in establishing a harmonized approach to inspections of transborder waste shipment by the different actors involved in inspection regarding one is the waste transfer at the cross-border points. And in our country, we have several cross-border points that are allowed to enter the waste, and also the second-hand goods that can be perceived as waste, and also for the waste traceability. So therefore, the peer review is a very important instrument to share experience and best practices for the tracking and monitoring of cross-border waste movement. The framework and the guideline developed as a result of peer review activities contribution will allow the Romanian National Environmental Guard at the beginning to implement effective measures in the control and discourage of international traffic, because maybe you all know from the media that we encountered also some issues with illegal trafficking. So this illegal traffic has reached Romania and we could not find them in the border. So there was some lacks and gaps there. And of course, we are having also problem with trafficking of second-hand goods that are effectively not second-hand goods, they are waste, but in the paper they're arriving like second-hand goods. Oh, sorry, it's other way around. Okay. What is the aim and scope of the NPRI in Romania? Is first of all, we try to provide a guidance, because at this moment we have some documents on how to inspect these activities and the cross-border points, but they are quite not that developed and they have lots of lacks in it. So we try to provide the guidance in performing inspection regarding this transfer at the border crossing point. And of course, when we are having also inspection regarding traceability for waste. The scope of the peer review is to contribute to development of a framework and guideline for this cross-border waste control, consisting in a set of uniform and standard operating procedures. We encountered in our evaluation that Romania is developed in counties, 42 counties, and indeed at the cross-border points, there are only few cross-border points that allows. We encountered that they are not proceeding in the same manner. So there are very different approaches to inspect this kind of activities. So to try to uniform and to have the same standard and operating procedure, it will be a very beneficial for the entire National Environmental Guard. The MPRI in Romania includes two parallel objectives. One is for this harmonization of implementation of inspection on transborder waste shipment by the county level and the regional level, and to strengthen the cooperation with all organizations involved in this inspection. Because I will present in the slides that will come, we are not alone in these inspections. We cannot do it alone. We have to have some different stakeholders. That is quite important in our inspections. So we need to have the same common approach when we are talking about inspection. Therefore, it's important to strengthen our collaboration. These are our main stakeholders. At the beginning, we had three. So we are the National Environmental Guard with some colleagues that are involved in this NPRI. Of course, it's very mandatory to have the police border because we are not allowed to inspect in the cross-border points without them. They are the leading stakeholders in that area. And we had also from the beginning of this peer review, the prosecutor office. We had the prosecutor office because we encountered lots of illegal trafficking during inspection regarding waste transfer. So we have a very good collaboration with them. Customs, it was one of the stakeholders that arrived in the road, and also the consumer protection. These are two stakeholders that are very important, especially the consumer protection, due to the fact that some of the goods, the second-hand goods, we cannot establish by ourselves, we don't have the legislation for it, that the goods are indeed good that can be used, or they are second, or they are waste. So therefore, we need this consumer protection to assist us in our inspections in the cross-border points. How we organized ourselves? Well, NPRI team is the one that succeeded to put together to a table the stakeholders. We, the National Guard, the police border, the prosecutors, the customs, and the consumer protection. Without them, we struggled a couple of years to have a meeting with them and to make them realize that collaboration between us, it's very important for this inspection in cross-border point. That was one of the major outcomes, in my opinion, because we are standing together in a table and discuss. And we are also being able to have some collaboration and agreements between us. We have already, from a couple of years, some agreements signed, some protocols with different stakeholders, with the police border, for example, but they are inconclusive. They are not very good documents that can be used. So therefore, they are not offering us a common way of inspection on how to proceed further. Therefore, for the successful of this NPRI, it was very important to bring us together to a table, and we managed to involve all these stakeholders to fill in a questionnaire that highlighted us different the differences between the stakeholders. Everybody has different activities to carry on. Environmental one is that we are handling. So, for example, the police border has told us, okay, it's not my field it's not my domain, it's not my expertise field. So I'm not going to handle these inspections. But without them, we cannot perform it. So it's required for us to have an harmonized procedure together. And it's very important to raise also the awareness regarding a common understanding, because a waste, if it's entering to our country, can also, maybe it's not the right word to blame the police border that let them enter, but sometimes police border enter, I didn't realize they are waste. I don't know if they are waste. So they do not assume the responsibility when they let a cargo enter to the country. So that's why it's important to raise also the awareness regarding environmental aspect, not just the issue of waste shipment. For you to understand our stakeholders regarding this inspection, regarding waste transfer, I just very shortly present you some process flow chart that we're doing. When cargo enters to our country, and now we're not talking necessarily about the cargo that arrives in the ships, by ships, we're talking about the cargo arriving by the roads. This check documentation is made first of all by the police border, and they are raising the question if it's waste, possible waste, or second-hand goods waste. But for them, if it's not clear these definitions, or if they are not really aware of the differences between a waste and a second-hand goods, then how can they decide if there are the answer for these three questions are yes, and then the ship, the cargo needs to arrive to us, to the National Environmental Guard. We having also with them in a cross-border point, an establishment there when we're performing the checks in the cross-border point, or how to answer that no, and then they give free entrance to the country to the shipment. So that's why we need to make them aware. So presuming that it's a yes, and there are possible waste or possible second-hand goods, and they're entering to our inspection role. So here we enter in the role. We check the documents, and of course we have different scenario. If the documents are okay and the cargo is per the documents, then we can we make further inspection if we see if they are enrolled in we have an application that every waste shipment must enroll in this application and everything if checked yes, then we approve the entrance to the country. But if we don't can approve it from the beginning, if the documents are not okay and it's can be considered an illegal shipment, then we have to make the complaint to the prosecutor office if the shipment has entered already into our countries, because we have two options. We are performing this inspection at the cross-border point, and this cross-border point is in the Hungarian territory, and then the shipment is not entered to our country, and we are just not allowing it to enter. And from that point, we don't know nothing about this shipment. We're just not allowing it, and the Hungarian police border ship it back. Or if we perform the inspection already in our country, then it's in a legal shipment and it's made a complaint to the prosecutor office. Where here is where the prosecutor office entered. So you can see that until now, the main important role was for the police border with us in the inspection, and just now entered the prosecutor in this picture. Or we have a third case that we cannot assess by ourselves, by National Environmental Guard specialists, that what we see in the cargo, it is possible to be waste, or they are just second-hand goods that can be used. And in this case, it is possible to require more additional documents or more additional checks to be performed. And of course, we invite in this moment the customer protection or the custom, depending on the shipment. So if the custom protection says that the second-hand goods are okay and can be used further, then we are allowed to enter. But if they are saying that no, then we need to forbid the entrance to the country. But here we have encountered a big problem. The consumer protection has no legislation to say that a good is usable or not, only for clothes on electronic device, but for furniture, for other personal usage, they don't have. So they are not able to give us a right answer if it's right or not, the goods can be used or not. So here is a question mark that we discovered in our evaluation in this peer review, and we are discussing now on introduction of new legislation together with consumer protection to make it more clear and to be able to have a clear decision in this point. So I mentioned before that we had a questionnaire to the 3 stakeholders that are very important to us. The questionnaire was launched, of course, to my colleagues in National Environmental Guard. The questionnaire has been launched to the police border and also to the prosecutor office. So we had different subjects that we have taken into account. And one of the question was regarding inspection tools, of course, regarding the waste shipment. If there is any collaboration between us, and we found out that we have some protocols, but with lots of gaps in it. Also, what are their legislation that permit us to make or them to make inspection in this cross-border point? What are the critical events? Or any further information that can offer us to establish a common way to go forward. What was the overall assessment from this 3 questionnaire, because custom was discovered and also the protection consumer, not when we launched the questionnaire, how important are they? So they didn't participate to this questionnaire. It was, their arrival was much recently in involvement in the project. We encountered that we have some collaboration. We have some issues that are not very clear in these protocols, and we cannot perform very clear our inspection because the role is not quite very clearly defined. I underlined before it's insufficient understanding of the issue regarding waste transfer, and therefore we have very, very slow and problematic collaboration between stakeholders. It's a matter of lack of trainings for the inspectors in all stakeholders. So I mentioned that also in our National Environmental Guard, we don't have the harmonized inspection tools. They are performing inspection differently from county to county. So that can be an issue. And of course, we can manage it with performing some trainings regarding transborder shipments. Also, it has been highlighted in the prosecutor office that there is a special need for training regarding environmental issues. There was some concern regarding financial and human and technical resources. This is, I think, a problem that everybody faces in every areas. There is a need to, everybody highlight this, there is a need to have a unified procedure and guideline to improve, that can improve the effectiveness and efficiency of those involved, of all stakeholders. And of course, has been highlighted by the questionnaire that some information that we are collecting, all the stakeholders are collecting, are unclear. So we need to establish by our guideline that we want to produce a very clear database, very clear information that is required. So we have to have also into account, because Romania is in the place that is maybe or maybe not entering the Schengen, also to take this situation separately into account when we are gonna make our guidance document. How this information was collected by National Environmental Guard? Well, we did some research through open sources. We have from 2018 yearly some national inspection plans that each year they produce a report, and from that report we could collect some data on how this shipment, how this inspection are performed in this year in Romania. Also, we have looked into some international cooperation that we have, because due to this targeted subject, we have some action with Interpol. So of course, we looked into the results of this action and what are the current procedure that are performing regarding waste transfer in the Romanian legislation. Okay. Another way to collect the information was with the advice of NPRI team. I must say that without them, this peer review, it will be a very, very difficult activity for me, because I don't have any experience in a peer review. So the team, the NPRI team, was the one who gave me all the support regarding this entire process and procedure and methodology of performing an NPRI. And I mentioned before that we stood together to some round tables, maybe was not that round, but to stand together to some tables to discuss with these main key stakeholders that we encountered. As of course, we had some discussions in our organization with different counties in Romania. In this matter, we have been informed about they are carrying out different manner the inspections. So that was a very good discussion also. We did some analysis with the help of NPRI team. We did some analysis regarding assessment framework, and of course, discussion with stakeholders and the NPRI team on the results of the analysis in arranged meetings that we had one in Bucharest and we had one in Oradea in Romania. Until now, we have made some steps in this procedure of peer review, of course, with the help of the team. So we're still on the phase that we need to draft the action proposal. And of course, we need, because one of our target was to make in the final part of this peer review to make a guidance documents. We also need to perform this one and to have this delivered to our partners, because at this stage we are in that place that we are gathered all these stakeholders and we will meet regularly, and we want to legalize this group, this working group, because we encountered that it's very important to work together and develop this guidance together. So this work group that will be launched very soon, because it already established with the entire group the date of the meeting, and we are formalizing it, and we are going to start to work and develop this guideline, and therefore we will gonna have a very formal agreement with them when we were going to establish this this guideline. The assessment framework that has been carried out had 4 elements: applicable laws and legislation, of course, procedure and standards, collaboration, and organizational. When we talk about applicable laws and legislation, we looked into what are the national legislation applied to the transborder shipments, what are the international regulation, which organization have a legal role in carrying out inspection of transborder waste, and of course, which are their role, because I mentioned that we know that we need some stakeholders to do this inspection activity, but nobody knew exactly the role that they have in it. What authority does and each stakeholders have with regard to inspection of transborder shipment of waste. When we talk about procedure and standards, we put the question, are there any internal rules or procedures for the control of transborder shipment of waste? If so, what do they consist of? And I mentioned that we had some rule on how to perform an inspection, but the rule was really insufficient and unclear. And of course, they didn't provide this information to the other stakeholders that are invited with us, that need to collaborate with them. This procedure was only for the National Guard. And anyhow, it was not fulfilled in all counties in the same manner. Does the organization have quality standards to which inspection performance conform? If so, what are they? I mentioned we quite have lack of this. Does your organization have any restriction on carrying out inspection of transborder shipment of waste? If so, which one and what's nature? Well, we don't have any restriction, but we encounter the problem when we are not allowing a shipment to enter to our country. We leave everything to the Hungarian part to do their jobs, but because we're now also working on strengthening our collaboration with the Hungarian environmental specialists, they mentioned that they do not know anything about this shipment. So now we're trying to set a common rule how to proceed further, because it's not considered in our country illegal, not entering. So it's in their territory, but they do not know about it. So we try to figure it out how to collaborate and to have a best procedure with them regarding this interdiction of entering the country. The third one, the collaboration. I highlighted also the collaboration with the Hungarian border. It's a contact point for the waste shipment, the lady that we spoke about, and it's very important that we need for the traceability of the waste to look into it and establish quite a good rules how to go forward, because in the European regulation is not very clear in this manner how to perform. And of course was the question if there are any current collaboration with the stakeholders. And I mentioned that there are protocols, but really insufficient and without any real data regarding inspections. Regarding the organizational, if we have any sufficient resources, the answer is definitely we don't have it, but somebody raised it. If we don't have it, we have to work with what we have. So we need to face this challenge, and in this manner, then it's very important to perform trainings for the personnel that we have short personnel. If our organization have some limits to cooperate with other authorities in inspections, were not necessary, but because the collaboration is not very clear, because the protocols are quite uncertain, then we need to enforce this. And by creating this working group that I mentioned, it will be the first very important road. What were the key moments of our NPRI and our peer review in Romania? From my point of view, was the help and the assistance of the peer review team, of the NPRI team from Impel, that succeeded to put us together to a table. And you can see here the visit in Bucharest. We had some first stakeholders there, the police border. We never spoke to the police border at the highest level, and the prosecutor office. And of course, that was our first meeting, our first round table with the involved stakeholders. And we had also in our visit in Lisbon, some new discussion about it. And also the discussion are very fruitful and always help you to go forward with your experience. And we have at the beginning of this year, in February, we had a meeting in Oradea that I think it was the most important for our project, for our NPRI in Romania, where we succeeded to bring together to the table all stakeholders involved. And to be honest, it was the first time that the customs says, oh, I have really an important role too in this manner. And that was a very good observation, because we can strengthen our collaboration from now on. And it was a presentation made by the prosecutor office from Mr. Aurelian, that in the meantime, he developed a practical guide regarding tackling waste crime in Romania. You know that in Environmental Crime Directive is one of the new important matters to have the prosecutor office be aware of the environmental crimes. So they also working in steps to be more aware and involved in environmental issues. So they developed this practical guide that we are definitely gonna integrate somehow, especially regarding the inspection part and the complaint that we do to the prosecutor offer in our final guideline, because this is made only for the prosecutor office, but our guideline wants to be a guideline that will set up the rules for all stakeholders involved. So they will set up the rules for the entire inspection regarding waste transfer. So this meeting was very, very important for development of the NPRI. What are the achievements due to the stakeholders' involvement? I highlighted already the strengthening the collaboration between us, very, very important. Better understanding the roles and attributes. After starting the discussions with the police border, they established from last year that we had in July, the first meeting, and this year, they established new rules on regarding the involvement or their role in the cross-border points regarding the environmental issues. So they also made some steps ahead in this matter. So it's very, very, very well contribution from their side. I mentioned that we are establishing a new working group and we try to learn. Mr. Prosecutor mentioned us that it is important do our political or organizational point of view to make it formal, because he has the previous experience by creating his own working group on the practical guide. So we try to learn from that and we apply it also in our case. And of course, working together, it will improve, and we will definitely have new set of harmonized rules, and perhaps maybe a harmonized law. We will see if we go to this direction. And during the discussion with the Impel team, it was highlighted that, you know, in Impel there are several projects, and maybe we can also look into the TFS team to see if we can use some learning procedures from there, some learning tools that can use to also develop our guideline that we want to obtain at the end. What are our experience using some parts of the practical guide from the NPRI? Function as a platform to bring together the key stakeholders. That was the important one in the compliance and enforcement challenges. Provided an opportunity for stakeholders to discuss and analyze all relevant information gathered to the questionnaire and also that have been developed during the discussion. Enable senior officials and decision makers from key organizations to actively participate into discussion. And we had our highest level of management. And of course, in meantime was also the Minister of Environment informed about our activity that is performed in this time. Inspired the organization involved to develop the common roadmap for future action based on concrete management mandate with clear deadlines for action and deliverables, including developing or updating existing cooperation agreements. Well, I think that we will just make the new ones. We are not going to update them, but it's still the good way. And also, NPRI was a very good tool that the practical guide, that a very good tool that facilitated discussions among stakeholders about the need, the uniform procedure and guideline that could improve the effectiveness and efficiency of those involved. What are the deliverables? A comprehensive description and clear role of the key stakeholders involved in a waste shipment, because they themselves, they didn't know exactly their role. So now we'll definitely be very clear that point. Starting the new cooperation with neighboring country for setting common rules regarding waste shipment is an important also aspect. And an agreement among stakeholders to establish a working group of relevant key players to be formalized with a concrete mandate and set of tasks. It's also important deliverable. And our resulting conclusions is, I always repeat myself, but these are our achievements. So an agreement among stakeholders to establish this working group, and probably will be formalized with a mandate. Commenting on draft multidisciplinary guide on inspection of transport waste shipment. It is also intended to integrate, as I mentioned, the prosecutor guide. That is a very, very well done document. Concretizing action regarding the consequence of Romanian accession, or we will see, to Schengen, in order to anticipate the changes, because if we will enter to the Schengen, then our border will be open. So we have to tackle in a different manner the enters in the country of the waste or secondhand goods. And also the training needs, which are identified by all stakeholders, to be further explored and developed into concrete plans. Where possible, links will be established with existing initiative and programs such as the Impel TFS project that I mentioned before. And what are the next steps that we are doing is to formalize this working group, to create the harmonized working procedures with all the involved stakeholders, and in the final, to create a guideline for this cross-border waste control, with all the standard procedure that is necessary for all stakeholders involved. Thank you very much for your attention. And sorry for being too long, but she promised that she will have it shorter.
Not a problem. We will have a shorter lunch. So also your line and your health will be better. And have you any question? Any short comment, short question about? I have a comment, short comment. This is peer review. This is Romanian peer review. I think that is an astonishing example of the mix of the scheme, but of the willingness to achieve some result. Thank you so much. I know that the work you saw seems to be made by hundreds of people.
And the NPRI team.
This is the hundred of people that work on it. So many compliments, Monica. Thank you.
And what I learned that Chris presented yesterday, it's important. And I told Annika, don't miss the training part and really create a working team. They always told me, have a working team, have a team, and I'm the team. So it's not good. It's not good. We really need the working team because NPRI peer review is not easy.
That feeling. But just one short comment. You traveled a long road, and my compliments for the deliverables you made. But one question that came into my mind: do you see any showstopper on the road to have an established working method with the customs, with the prosecutor, with all the other bodies, and could you handle this without the NPRI in future? Is there an enough basis to move forward?
Yeah, and what we achieve until now, we open the doors and we open the table for discussions. And I think from now on, we will be managing quite well this collaboration with the stakeholders. So yeah, Impal team has succeeded to open these doors and this collaboration. But I think from now on, they realized the need to do that. So some lights was turned on, and that's very important for us. And of course, without the NPRI team, Giuseppe, Chris, and you, I definitely could not succeed this. So thank you so much for all your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. It looked like the work with NPRI was very successful. My congratulations. And I want to add a comment. Last week, I was with Monica in the Zero Pollution Action Plan workshop organized by the Commission and by the German Environmental Agency. The Commission stressed the importance to involve non-environmental authorities and institutions in the work of making environmental legislation implemented and enforced towards Zero Pollution Action Plan, to make Zero Pollution Action Plan successful. So this is with NPRI. This is absolutely important example that this was put in place for a specific topic, but NPRI can do, and also IRI, as we mentioned, both projects of peer review. We mentioned in the Zero Pollution Action Plan workshop are projects that can make this happen. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it is true. And it was also highlighted that the other stakeholders that are not environmental specialists, they don't have a clue about environment and maybe they don't care. And we really need to involve them and to make them aware of maybe their responsibility towards the environment, all kind of issue, not just waste transfer. So yeah, it's also highlighted, and it's training needs for them too. Yeah, thank you.
Please don't be short. Take all your time you need. We will need something less, but we need you to have all your time used for your exposition.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Giuseppe. But I really have a shorter presentation. So okay. Oh, okay. So, as it was mentioned, my name is Anika Oroslanjeva, and I'm working for the Slovak Environmental Inspectorate. And now let me introduce the NPRI project that we started to work on at our organization. Okay. I will wait a bit. So no, but maybe I can turn it off. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's okay. So the aim of the Slovak Environmental Inspectorate is to perform environmental inspections in order to ensure full implementation of environmental legislation and issues integrated permits. The scope of our peer review in our case is to develop the Department of Technological Innovations of the Slovak Environmental Inspectorate and to provide innovative tools to support the implementation of tasks by the Inspectorate and potentially other organizations. So our Department of Technological Innovations is a new department which was established in June 2022. It's developing and recruiting staff which are distributed between the head office, which is in Bratislava, and the regional inspectorates, which are in Žilina, Banská Bystrica, and Košice. We have at the moment 3 employees in headquarters in Bratislava. One of them has a pilot license for drones. And there is 1 more employee located in the regional inspectorate in Košice in eastern Slovakia. Our final plan is to have 7 or 8 employees all around Slovakia. So the technical equipment at the moment are drone Mavic 2 Pro, our hunting cameras, and RTK GPS survey devices. But our plans for the future are to have a professional inspection drone, Mavic 3T Enterprise, with a RTK module, infrared camera, and of course with the respective software, and Wanta XRF spectrometers. So the main areas to use new technologies are to achieve better protection of the environment, to streamline the work of inspectors and inspections performed by them, to set up processes and internal procedures, to reinforce good practice sharing, to develop mainly technology for satellites and drones in the beginning. The main areas for which new technologies are expected to be developed and deployed are inspections of landfills and large farms, mainly under the IED, the deforestation, damage to the habitats, surface water pollution, illegal wastewater discharge, and so on. So our challenges of the project are to determine the priorities of both the organization and the inspectors, balance their needs to align development of technical and innovative resources with the needs of the organization. Next challenge is to create a need among the stakeholders, as there may be a tendency to stick to the more traditional approach. Difficulties may arise as well in the subsequent use of the collected information, and some obstacles may arise in financing the purchase of new technological devices. The part of the purchase of new technological equipment will be funded by a recovery and resilience plan, but looking into the future, it may be an obstacle. So as we are in the phase of preparation, the current stage of the project is to determine the stakeholders through a stakeholder analysis. So the stakeholders at the moment are divided into 3 groups. The internal stakeholders, who are directly involved in the project, and they are employees of the institution. They are inspectors and main inspectors of the Slovak Environmental Inspectorate and directors of the regional inspectorates. Our external stakeholders are at the moment the Ministry of the Environment of the Slovak Republic and the public, and we have a third group of stakeholders with specific information, and they are the Czech Environmental Inspectorate and the Slovak Academy of Science. So our next step is to organize an internal stakeholder meeting. We are planning this meeting at the end of March or maybe in the start of April. We want to present the possibilities of the new Department of Technological Innovations to our internal stakeholders, so our inspectors, main inspectors, and directors of the regional inspectorates. We would like to define legislative possibilities and obstacles to the performance of the department activities, and discuss about their needs to align the development of technical and innovative resources. So we have some collaborations with other institutions so far. The first of them is the Slovak Academy of Science. In the beginning of March, my colleagues had a meeting with the Slovak Academy of Science regarding the project called Land Cover Change Monitoring for identification of potential illegal activities in Slovakia. This project will be aimed to identify potential illegal activity with the help of remote sensing, Earth observation provided by ECA satellite, and it's mainly used to landfills under IED and deforestation. The next meeting will be at the end of the month with the participation of our colleagues from other departments like Waste and IED and Nature Protection Department. So our next collaboration is with the Czech Environmental Inspectorate. This cooperation between the 2 inspectorates has been developed for a longer time, as there are no language barriers between us. They have longer experience in using new technologies and devices, which they presented to us last year. Last week, my colleagues had a meeting with the Czech Environmental Inspectorate regarding the creation of cooperation in the use of drones. And they also offered us various options for courses and training. So our next steps and activities in this project is to determine the stakeholders through a stakeholder analysis more detailed, to organize an internal stakeholder meeting with the aim of discussing needs for innovative resources and support, to develop an assessment framework to assess the ambitions, legal, financial and practical possibilities of technical resources to be developed, produced, procured and deployed, to develop and test a questionnaire to gain insights regarding the need and desired use of innovative resources by the stakeholders, then the analysis of the outcomes, of course, to prepare a reference document describing the organization's goals, visions, and description of the current and planned state of technical equipment, and to conduct a SWOT analysis regarding the technical resources that the organization is to develop and deploy based on its roles and responsibilities. So I think that's all from my side. I thank you for your attention. And on the picture, you can see some of our members from our project team in the Oradea meeting at the borders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nico. And my first comment about your presentation, obviously from a general point of view, your presentation confirms that MPRI is a trigger that allows to keep together stakeholders about the problem to find common solutions. So nothing new from the point of view of knowledge and so on, but the capability to create the condition for this discussion. The situation is very clear with regard to what Monica just said to us, but it is also as well clear with what you showed by now, and two different kinds of problems, and all problems to be solved, and a new opportunity to be developed, but the same mechanism. Understand who are the stakeholders in the environment you move, and to keep them together, to make them understand that you are not asking them anything but the discussion to achieve common results that are, from the point of view of the usefulness, assured you good for everybody. So I think that also this example told us something else from the point of view, for example, of the fields of implementation of peer reviews. We just had two examples, and no one of those examples correspond to a classical peer reviews, because moving forward in our project, we decided that not only our manual should be implemented in a very flexible way, but there was also a most important substance to consider, that the peer review can be applied also in other fields that was never discussed before, maybe. And I think that is a very positive way, because as Monica said, we are facing new challenges, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, for example, all the instruments that will be related to this. I'm to confess that I'm not so expert in this new European plan, but we take it into consideration. But in a way, I think that a common achievement of last plans from the Commission, starting from the ECA initiatives, said that again, only the cooperation between the different stakeholders can bring results. And I think that what we show today is a clear example of how we can put in practice this principle. Thank you. And if you have any question, any observation, any comments on this, again, Anika is at your disposal for this. I think that everybody will tell you something and asking you some answers while we are moving toward the restaurants.
Yeah, of course.
And it's not necessary to ask you again to be on time. We were they were so fantastic to be anyway in time in closing the our morning. So please, let's go to our lunch. I repeat again, we have to be here for this day actually at 2:30 because we have the connection with Darko and with Svetlana that will be connected at that time. So by consequence, I beg you to be here 5 minutes before the timing. And so it means that we have to end our lunch around 2:10, not later, okay? Pitian, Fabio, venite qua. Pitian. Darko?
Yes, Giuseppe. I hear you, Giuseppe.
Darko, do you heard me?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Oh,
Giuseppe,
Darko.
ciao. Ciao,
Ciao, how are
Giuseppe.
you, Darko?
It's okay?
Okay. Let's see that I try to see you also. Do you see me also?
Yes, 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 it's okay.
Okay, okay. First, thank you so much for being with us today. And I'm only regret that you weren't with us, with your in person. And I tried to summarize for a few minutes what we made. But anyway, I already know that we are going to have an agreement on when to meet and to have an explanation of how to go forward with our works and with your work as well. Wait, Darko, maybe that you already saw the program from our work, and yesterday we described it again with much more in detail some part of the methodology for the conduction of national peer reviews. And with some accent on some important pieces of our manual. I cite only two parts that are very important, which is the framework assessment, the assessment framework and the stakeholder analysis. And everybody here had the opportunity to tell to ask clarification and so on. I think that the yesterday day was very useful and fruitful. This morning we had presented the experiences that are ongoing in this moment and that are a little bit more mature, such as that one in the Netherlands and in Italy, that where the first bodies that decided to implement since 2016 about the national peer review scheme. But we had also the description of what is going forward in Romania and in Slovakia. You already know about that works because you took part to the Oradea meeting, but we had the opportunity to explain also to other people here that was very interested. And we have here, for example, people from Albania that didn't yet took part to our meeting. So all this description was very useful for them to understand not only the theory but also how the MPRI project can give a big help to the work of the different nations. So this is a moment in which you essentially, and I hope that also Svetlana may be online, but yes, I see also Svetlana.
Yes, yes, Svetlana is here.
Okay, you can tell us which are your expectatives with regard to the use of national peer review in your countries, and which is the roadmap that you envisage for carrying on this kind of work. And I saw that both you and Svetlana already mentioned which could be the topic on which you could begin with the implementation of an MPRI scheme to foster your efforts in environment protection. So I let you the floor. You have also the presentation that you can show, or if you have some issue, we can show this presentation that you sent me yesterday. So I let you the floor to describe us which is your point of view about the implementation of the national peer review process in North Macedonia. The floor is up to you, Darko. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Good afternoon to all participants, to MPRI team. Nice weather in Skopje. I hope that it's nice weather in Italy, in Roma. In general, last week was two important events for Macedonia. Was Impel board first official visit in Skopje, and to fix with our dear respective 7 colleagues, much more participants, not just from the inspectorate, also from another institution, especially the ministry, to participate in the activities of the different clusters, and practically was a promotion of the what Impel do for the better enforcement of the legislation. Also, last week was for Albania and North Macedonia, starting explanatory screening in the chapter 27 or green cluster, cluster 4, 17th of March and 20th of March. And we continue in the Brussels with the bilateral screening in July, between 10 and 14 of July. Also very important is second twinning for Macedonia. Now I prepare final, how to say, activities about preparing of the project fish, and from 1st of September will be big support for the organization and work of the inspectorate. And also I invite respective colleagues from the EU member states to take part of the process of the evaluation to be our partner in the next 27 months. About the possible topics for MPRI, just I sent one slide. In generally compliance Macedonian legislation with EU legislation, we are in the final phase of transposition of the EU directives, but also every day, every month, every year, it's coming the new directives. In generally checking compliance on following issues to be fixed: inspection, supervision in general context, and especially for the industrial mission directive inspections. Now we are in the process of the adoption of the new law for the control of EID, and also with the Greek partners, it's another twinning for the industrial emission directive here in North Macedonia. Also is very important reforms, reorganization on the Macedonian environmental inspection system on both level, on the central and local level, especially planning and reporting, also prioritization and risk assessment methodology and complexity coefficient. Also, we urgently need to provide technical capacity to conduct inspections in accordance with the competencies in the legal framework, of course, to ensure interoperability with other competent institutions, to ensure effectiveness in the implementation of decisions. Also, another important topic is that end of March will be launched in the Ministry of Interior twinning project for the two components, with two components. First will be cultural heritage, the second one dealing with environmental crime, and also Italian Carabinieri are very interested to express interest to be one of the partners of the Ministry of Interior, and also will support our efforts in the fight with environmental crime. And now maybe to take floor on Svetlana to give much more about our final discussions about possible MPRI in between Macedonia and Serbia.
Thank you so much. I think that there is another important aspect that was not yet touched in our activities. That is that the two countries could cooperate among them about the implementation of the national peer reviews, and this is very interesting from my point of view. And anyway, if Svetlana could please take the floor and please tell us what your point of view is, Svetlana.
Hello, I think you can hear me.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Svetlana. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, and have a nice time there in Rome. Unfortunately, I'm on already replied that I will be part of this IED training here ongoing this week in Serbia, and now I just jump out to join you for a few minutes, and then I'll go back. I'm occupied this whole week for that training. That's why I'm not there in Rome, and I send regards to all the colleagues, and have a nice work and everything. Nice time in Rome. Regarding national peer review initiative in Serbia. I can add only to Darko's words that we planning to have a meeting, of course, meeting from the side of North Macedonia representatives, high management, Darko, and I understood the director and the delegation from North Macedonia with Serbia, and also with the MPRI project team. So we planned to visit on the last week of April. The proposal is to have a meeting here in Belgrade, so we could contribute the organization, and some technicalities and details will be, of course, in the future worked on. So regarding NPRI in Serbia, maybe I can add the specialty for this meeting, because we have a task in regard to mutual cooperation, whether we have transboundary pollution conventions, etc., already signed in, but on the operative level, we can discuss with the colleagues from North Macedonia regarding some cases that we had in near past, so we can discuss about mutual communication, at least faster exchange information, of course, with regards to all legislative framework and everything. That is maybe to add to that Darko's points.
Thank you, Svetlana. It's interesting for us to understand how the national peer reviews in Serbia can be merged with the national peer review in Macedonia. If you think that it could be treated the same topic in the two countries at the same time to make sure that all the topics are discussed together between with Macedonian technicians and officials and the Serbian officials. Which is your point of view about this kind of cooperation? Or the alternative is that only the let me call training activity that the MPRI team could be delivered at the same time to the two countries, and afterward each one of the countries go forward with its own forces. What in practical, which is your idea about the cooperation between Macedonia and Serbia on this?
Yes, exactly, because we can learn from general stuff like inspection, how to do inspection, how to organize inspection, just to exchange information with the colleagues from EU and other parts of MPRI team, so we can exchange information about planning.
Do you heard us?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I don't know what is happening. Do you hear me now?
I don't know if you still heard me, but in case, if you have to reconnect, we are here.
Yes, I can hear you.
Darko, do you heard us?
Yes, everything is okay from my side.
Do you hear me now? Hello.
Now it's okay.
Do you hear me?
I listen.
Now it's okay. Thank you. Sorry, we had a blind spot, so you can take again the floor, Svetlana. Sorry.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. So we can also, let's say, benefit from exchange information regarding the inspection control. I mean, in general, then organization of inspectorates in the terms of planning and reporting. Also that I mentioned, we have some, let's say, special adding that between North Macedonia and Serbia, we could manage some operational, let's say, manual how to deal when we have a transboundary pollution case, like we had in near future that I mentioned.
So if I well understood, you think that a two-nation peer review could be performed in the sense that the same problem could be examined at a team composed by the Serbian and North Macedonian people, and that the opportunity for development are shared among the two countries, and also further efforts to define common rule, etc., could be carried out. So it's a very interesting point of view. It's a novelty for us. I was wondering that this was something like this. The first time that you and Darko told me that you saw some opportunities to develop an NPRI together, but now it's becoming clear, and which could be the scheme. And Darko, what's your point of view about this?
It's okay. It's okay. It's a new innovation for the improv from our side.
Fantastic, fantastic.
You know, yes.
I ask also to Pitian and Fabio. You have something to ask about, to comment about this?
Yes, I just have to add that I think it's an interesting case. I think just give it a try.
Yeah. Okay. Also, Fabio tells that it's a really interesting case. So, what can I say more? I think that the next step could be that you both told wrote us which could be the topic that could be treated, that are of interest of your nations. I think that if by now we can consider that the peer review could be conducted with the two countries at the same time, with the two countries taking part to the review initiative, the first things to do could be that you decide which is the topic of common interest that you could treat, that you could discuss. So you can focalize the first efforts on a matter, on a topic which is of interest of both of you, and afterward we can in next weeks we can gather again and meet again to discuss this with you, and we will try to plan the visit in your country about in the window that you mentioned us to discuss with you, and also in case to see with your stakeholder which could be the work that we could do. I am right, Svetlana and Darko?
Yes, yes. See.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, totally.
Okay, fantastic. It's wonderful to work with you because you are very clear and very easy to find out a deal among us. Fantastic, really.
Not too bad.
I anticipate that we have, as Italian part of the team, a little bit of the complication to solve, because that week that you mentioned for our possible meeting is a week in which we have a national celebration on 25th of February. So and I am asking to you if it could be, in case possible, but let's discuss, to have this visit, this meeting, and this visit the week after the recurrency of 1st of May. I don't know, but it's only to discuss with us which could be the period in which we could be with you.
Okay.
Let's try, because I know that for what I understood, you want also to involve other stakeholders, and so I can imagine that you could have some constraints. But anyway, in next days we will write some emails to define the right period depending on our availabilities. I will write to you after having some proposal also from the other project team leaders for this visit. Okay.
Okay. It's a deal.
Okay. So what can I say more, dear friends? At this moment, it's the time that also Greece take the floor. We would like that you as well stay with us to see also what other countries will present as hypotheses of work. I know that Svetlana has some commitments, so obviously
Yes, I will have to leave you, sorry. Regards to all. Okay.
We thank you so much anyway, that because you were, we know that you had to solve some issue to be with us at least for this short window. But obviously we understand that you cannot stay with us all the afternoon, and Darko as well.
Yes,
anyway,
I will be with you. I will be with you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So, if I may, after this exposition about the possibility of cooperation between Serbia and Macedonia on an NPRI project, with all the decision we took about our further contacts, I would ask to our colleagues, Pelagia Manara, to take the floor and to give us some hypotheses of what the authority now. Pelagia is going to introduce herself, and another interesting thing is that we have today with us also another Greek impel member, Angeliki Bostojani, which is belonging to the ombudsman authorities. So it's a very nice opportunity to discuss it, to see how two different authorities that sometimes has also a very different role. Thank you. The floor is up to you. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. It was really, the seminar, it was really helpful for us, and we get some really interesting ideas for what we want to do as involvement in NPRI project. So I am on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment and Energy in Greece. So my colleague Angela is from the Ombudsman. So yes, you can, if you want. Like, yeah, if you want, let's the Greek people. Yeah, I will come here. So we have some ideas of what can I do as an NPRI project, and one of those is we have new legislation, new environmental legislation in Greece. Actually, we have plenty of updates in our old environmental legislation. The new one has a new compliance systems for our environmental inspections, and how we will put huge amounts of if we find any environmental disaster or environmental crimes. From one hand, the ministry is to implement all these laws and the new legislations. From the other hand, the Ombudsman is here to audit us. So we thinking, plan something between us and all together to sit down in a really round table and have the things, put our things down and see the contribution from Adelka's side and our first steps and how a project of NPRI can work. This is a new an idea, or perhaps my directors have some other ideas. I heard about for an NPRI in circular economy that you have in Italy, which is really, really interesting. So the range is really big. But I think that we'll focus in the new legislation and the new compliance systems that we try to implement these days in Greece. It's really new. It's 2 months. It's a legislation new. So that's for me. But we need your help and your guidance to do the things right. And thank you for all the ideas that I take from this today and yesterday. It was a really nice presentation from Chris of what is the NPRI project. So it was really, really helpful. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if Angelica wants to add something. Yeah, okay. We are always, as I said you before, open for any collaboration with the ministry, and we always try and collaborate with them in different aspects. So it might be a good opportunity because from our point of view, we do proposal to the government and to the parliament for the amendment of legislation. And sometimes with the view of the ministry, we can arrange to propose some amendments if there is necessary for the better implementation of the legislation in that point. And still there isn't these other things we speak between them in the previous meetings. And we can start from this, that it seems to be a simple first step to establish collaboration and forward to the other things. Like in particular, again, perhaps the ministry can think about an NPRI between the permitting and the inspector authorities, because sometimes to have a better inspection, we need to have more efficient environmental terms, and the inspectors have the opportunity to discuss with the permitting authority in order to put together their knowledge and decide and we take our first steps with the ombudsman. Hopefully we will evolve and other groups, other individuals or from the state groups, if they are interesting. So it will be our first steps. Yeah.
If I make some comments about your hypothesis, I see two fields, two very important fields, and two different forms of cooperation in the framework of an NPRI. The first field that you mentioned is the implementation of a new law.
Exactly.
Exactly. And in this case, I think that a national peer review in which both of you, ombudsman and the ministry, are in the same table, yes, as discussional, as peer, could be interesting because it could that could born some common point of view that could be brought to the parliament or where the decision has to be implemented as an idea shared between the ministry and the ombudsman. And this may add a lot of value. Afterward, obviously, you can also bring there something that is of our interest of the ombudsman, something that is on our interest of the ministry. But if there is a zone in which you have a deal about how to implement the law, and it is brought forward as a common idea, this gives you a lot of strength from my point of view. So this could be a kind of API in which you take part as peer to the discussion. But I see also another opportunities because we have a strange situation in which we have an auditor body, not an auditor body, but anyway, an organization which has disposal of the citizen to try to solve some issues, some problems. And so there is also this kind, I wouldn't call it hierarchy, but different roles. Yes. About what? About something that could be improved as activities carried out by inspectors, permitters, and so on. So what I see in this situation, I think that, but we are discussing together now, that it could be formed a kind of steering committee,
Yes.
in which also the ombudsman is present with the other ministry and other stakeholders. And in this steering committee, each one of you, of the stakeholders that are there present, says which could be, from their point of view, the priority for improvement of some of the activity of the ministry.
Okay.
And the ministry as well. You have to say, yes, I think that we could perform an MPRI on this as internal MPRI to try to improve or to some of activities.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can get the advices at the point of view of the other stakeholders about, for example, the priority, which is the thing that is most important for the other stakeholders, so that the MPRI that you are going to perform regarding your activity is aimed also at the priorities and the needs envisaged by the other people taking part to the steering committee.
Okay, so with this, it will be organized for the ombudsman, for not, yes. And the
Sorry.
rest, and
yeah.
this, okay. Okay.
I close very quickly my point of view. Afterward, I think that that the MPRI should be performed by the ministry without the participation of other stakeholders.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's not right that an auditor body or other stakeholders take part to the.
Okay.
We just said that
They will organize us for the beginning.
Yeah.
Just to take.
Yeah.
The opinions and
Okay.
the contribution to the other.
Okay, to identify which could be the activity that you as ministry, it's clear to me, but I think that we should discuss on this, that if you have to improve, for example, some of your internal procedures, this has to be made by you. I don't think, for a lot of reasons, that is a good thing to have other bodies, including an auditor body that looks into your problems, that you have to declare each other with the maximum of openness and so on. But after your work, when you have your proposal for opportunity for development, you can at that moment present and discuss what is the work you did with the other stakeholders to get also their opinion about the capability of your proposal to achieve the result, and so after you can go forward with the implementation of the opportunity for development.
Exactly. Because yes, the result will be the implementation, the right implementation of projects that we have decided.
Yeah.
And with your help, I think,
Okay,
yes,
we-
it
we
will
can,
be,
define some obstacles from our
yes.
from our opinion.
If we have their help, we can prevent the difficulties and face
Exactly, exactly,
before.
exactly, exactly. The a remark for every of us regarding Impel. Impel is a fantastic organization because we can find, for example, that two organizations that work in the same country find the possibility to speak about the problem that they have in the country and the issue to solve this issue, speaking in an Impel areas. It's very nice, very nice. And it's the same thing that for a certain extent happened also in Romania, which some authorities that hadn't yet before the opportunity to speak about that procedure for import in an Impel framework activity had the opportunity to speak. And I think that it's a similar case. It's a similar case.
Yes, I think that Monica, I like it. I like the project, the NPRI project for so I will have information for Monica as well. Yes, it will be. And also for North Macedonia, they try to do the compliance. They try to do the compliance with the EU legislation. So it's ideas.
Okay,
It's
but
ideas.
the important is to as you saw just so the important is to begin to speak, and in few seconds we had at least two ideas of how to complete the competences of the two bodies, to merge their experience to have a result which is the improvement of the services that the public administration deliver to the citizen. Because when I don't know how to find out the way to make something, I always think that we have to always mind that we are the public administration that gives services to the citizen. So this should overcome any kind of problems if you have really the intention, the goodwill to achieve this topic.
The goodwill.
The goodwill.
The goodwill. This is my word. Okay.
Ciao Fabio.
Bye Fabio. Ciao. Ciao Fabio.
Ciao,
Thank
ciao.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye Fabio.
Ciao Ornella.
Ciao. Ciao.
Okay. Questions, proposal,
Proposals, if
consideration,
you want,
answers?
yes, any proposal for you, it will be really, really welcome. Monica will stick with you at the end. No, now, but at the end, yeah, we'll help.
You shocked everybody.
Okay. Okay, okay, you can think about it.
Okay.
You have our.
Darko, have you any comments?
No, everything is clear. Everything is clear.
Do you like this point of view about the cooperation between ombudsman and the ministry?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
So we are also geographically close, so it will be easier to have meeting also in your countries to discuss all the topics, and
absolutely
it could be another good example of international cooperation too. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, grazie.
So it's a moment to open, if you like, the discussion about how we as NPRI project team could support this kind of initiative. And I ask to the project team leaders and to Chris as well, if you have some thought about what you just heard. Yeah. Yeah, what we discussed and what we said, both with Darko and Svetlana, and with Pelagia and Andegeriki, Bosnia, North Macedonia and Serbia cooperation on MPRI, and the possibility of having this kind of cooperation between the ombudsman and the ministry in Greece. Very quick and fresh consideration from your side.
I will come back to that as well in my list with observations, and not specifically Macedonia and Serbia, but more in general terms. Regarding the idea from Macedonia, North Macedonia and Serbia, I think it will be a new experience to work together between two countries if they have the same challenge. I mean, if you do not have the same challenge, then probably it's better to be to do it as a country by themselves. But if they share a challenge, then I think it's a great opportunity to work on that and to see if there can be a cooperation in terms of an NPRI. So I think it gives great opportunities. Regarding the idea from Greece, the Ombudsman and also the Ministry of Environment, they are two separate bodies. That's my personal opinion. They are two separate bodies with own responsibilities. And if an ombudsman identifies, let's say, a challenge where you see there should or there is space for improvement, then a dialogue between the ombudsman and the ministry is extremely important. And if it's a dialogue in conversations, or is it a steering committee, probably the first to keep your own responsibility that keeps it very clear. But to start a dialogue between each other and to share with each other, at least from the side also from the ombudsman, to share your, I'm using a little bit of powerful word, but your concerns, then you have a dialogue on that topic and how you can also discuss ways how to improve it. And then the NPRI can step in and help you with scoping, with unraveling the challenge you have, and to discuss way forward, and to bring together stakeholders, if there are, of course, there are stakeholders, and to see how to make steps to further improvement. So the dialogue, what you also suggested, I think that's a very good one, but keeping your own responsibilities, because the ombudsman cannot sit on the chair of the ministry, and the other way around is also not possible. But together you have the same aim, what you want to achieve, and in that situation you can have very fruitful discussions and a very fruitful dialogue. And it's better to be partners within your own responsibility than to be that you are fighting against each other. I'm using the word fighting, I couldn't find another word, but it keeps your own responsibility, but still you go for the challenge you both have, and probably identified also on a little bit distance by the ombudsman. And I'm pretty sure that you can find a way to further improvement.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I completely share with you your thought, and I think this is a key of having success. And because one of the problems that we have always is a self-reference of the authorities, and we have to be open to other entities. And for what I saw, also speaking about Romania, but also about Slovakia, all that peer reviews are open to the needs of other authorities, and they see themselves as a service for the citizen. And only this way, staying in their own role, but being aware of what is happening around, you can have actually get results from the point of view of the services that we have to deliver. So and then the other situation that we have exposed by Darko and Svetlana is a lot of meaning from my point of view, also from the point of view of the expansion of Europe and the cooperation between countries and finding common solutions. And we know that if you find the right way to solve an issue at the beginning, you do not have to fix a lot of complication afterward. And if this search and this activity is made at the same time by two countries neighboring, it's a really a good occasion to demonstrate what Europe should be. This is my point of view. Also, if I may, also looking at Europe from another point of view. But I don't know if I may ask to Slovakia, Romania. They were newcomers until few months ago. Now they are experienced countries, I would say, about MPRI. Which are the advices that you should give to your Greek colleagues and to your colleagues from Serbia and North Macedonia regarding your experience? What you would say to that people about your experience and to keep them on a road that could bring to success? Thank you, Monica, to be so brave.
Prepare yourself. No, it's a joke, but with some reality behind. Read double, triple, 10 times, 100 times the methodology. And how I told Slovakia, I think that the training at the beginning will be very useful for you to understand the methodology, because if you don't have experience in peer review, can be a bit challenging. And it's needed to have a team behind, as I explained also to Annika. It's quite a difficult process if you are unexperienced in this direction. So indeed, the methodology offers very good steps that you need to perform, but you have the team in your back, and they can assist you and help you with scoping assessment framework. That was my difficult task to do, but with the help of them, I succeeded. Good luck. It's all I can say. It's a very interesting process. It's definitely a learning process. I still have to learn a lot about it, and probably when I will have a 3rd or 5th peer review in my country, I could say that, okay, I finally got it into the final. So good luck.
Yeah, maybe just a little remark from my side. As we are only at the beginning of this NPRI project, these are really good recommendations from Monica too, and I will wanted to add that it's always something to learn from. And we are not so experienced in these peer reviews, neither, as Monica said, in Romania. So we are really glad and happy that so experienced team are near to us and helping us. Thank you.
Before I give the floor to Albanian colleagues, I make some consideration about what has just been said by Monica and Denico. The first one is that you need a strong endorsement by your managers because you need resources. You need to use time. You need to make a good planning. You need to make a big work on assessment framework and so on, because the work you made at the beginning allows you to save a lot of energy afterward. I remember that Chris presented us some papers that we discussed about the assessment framework and so on. And he introduced one of the paper with a statement I don't know, I don't remember which was the author of that statement that said a problem well stated is a problem half solved. This is to say that, for example, the phases in which you prepare your national peer review, the assessment framework, and so on, everything that allows you to know in the best way the environment in which you will develop your NPRI from the point of view of the issues, the stakeholder, and so on. All the efforts that you make there will be really, really, really helpful and will preventively solve a lot of issues when your work will go forward. So take into care the first, your organization, the idea that you have to present to your managers to have the approval on how to go forward, the endorsement of the resources that we have to use, and afterward, the use of that resources to state at best the problem that you want to discuss in the national peer review. Last things, obviously, all the efforts that you make for performing the first peer review are efforts that will be given back to you in terms of quality and of easiness for performing the other peer review that you could perform, having embedded, as Monica said, the methodology. Thank you, Monica, for your further comment. And now it's time that also our colleagues and friends from Albania tell us something about what they see about the opportunity of using national peer review in the country, and which is also the maybe the topics, which could be the timeline on which they could think about the practical implementation of peer reviews. So, Ines, if you want to say us some words, please take the floor here. You are the first, because I would like also to
Yeah. I'm saying something about my experience with peer reviews in Albania during the last 20 years. They make 4 peer reviews, one from OECD, an old one. However, we were not a member of OECD, and 3 peer reviews during one peer review in 5 or 6 years from United Nations Commission for Europe, UNIS. So I've contributed for the last 3 peer reviews, and it was a peer review made from, I remember there were more than 20 experts from different fields in environment, in forestry, and climate change, coming from different countries, working for the UNIS, and staying at least at 1 month in Albania to evaluate the legislation, approximation of legislation with European acquis. So we make 2 evaluation of legislation. I make myself an effort to make an update of the legislation 3 years ago when I make a presentation in an Impel activity with Christina and another colleague from Germany in referring the level of approximation for each directive in the existing Albanian environmental legislation, of course, and to the new laws that we are obliged to do according to the agreement that we have with the European Parliament and Commission. So the last evaluation was that more directives that we are obliged to transpose in our legislation as an obligation of the international agreement with the European Commission. There were some directives that the implementation hasn't not yet begun, but some others that we have begun implementation, but need to make some new regulations or some guidelines in order to make better implementation and of course the enforcement. It was an achievement for the inspectorate, but other bad things coming from different politician actions, because every minister that comes, and it happens in other Balkan countries at least, but and in EU countries, that every politician that comes has its own vision, but sometimes his vision that is not in compliance with the legislation, with some people who advise him, so not good advisors and no professional staff, etc., creates a lot of problems on implementation. Of course, that taking person in civil status needs a lot of time and too much reconstructions of structures of the state, and to the Ministry of Environment they changed the last 4 years about 3 or 4 times. They have changed the structures. For example, in 2019, the State Inspectorate of Environment and Forestry and Water was merged with the agency, but there are 2 years that was no inspectorate and nobody controls the territory. So in the meantime, after 8 years working, we have approved the Directive of Environmental Crimes, Directive 99/2008 of the European Commission, protecting the environment through criminal law. It was just 90% approximated with the laws and guidelines, but in order to fully implement this directive according to the protect the environment for environmental crimes, we have created a new structure under the State Inspectorate of Controlling the Territory. That is a structure under the Ministry of Interior and have some specific competences for penal proceedings. So the inspectorate, State Inspectorate, that now is a structure or a directorate under the National Agency of the Environment within the ministry, has a directorate for environmental inspections. And of course, they are working, there are a lot of problems with the new checklists that we have to approve in order to approximate not only in different fields, for example, for industry, for some ID inspections or IPPC inspections, because still they have gaps on legislation. Some legislation is not yet approximated, or we have some problems. So one thing I propose to, or I think to make is a new evaluation of the legislation in order to have a reality what we have to do in order to make things works. So not only the implementation of legislation, but and the enforcement, because I've seen always, I've been in European Commission 3 or 4 times for the screening period, and some years ago and nowadays, and directly when you approve a new regulation, a new law, they ask for directly after some days ask for the implementation and enforcement, and you are obliged to report. I mean, an evaluation of the situation is necessary for the process. Of course, the structures, how they are prepared for this. Do we have the right structures in order to fulfill these obligations? So the second option is a peer review for environmental crimes, because there are other state structures conducting environmental crimes under the Ministry of Interior. Of course, some other inspectorates, like the Inspectorate of Transport. There is another inspectorate under another ministry that has some competences, or another inspectorate that has some other competences for environment, in order to do something for the environmental crimes. And the implementation and enforcement, of course. Now I'm in a directorate, a new director under the Ministry for the Corpo Forestale. How can I say, it's an we control the local governments, how they implement and enforcement the law for the forests and pastures, and of course the flora and fauna, and of course the regulations, EU regulations, CITES convents and other convents. So we are preparing now, I'm preparing the checklists for the local government, for the National Agency of the Protected Areas, this is under the ministry, in order for administrative proceedings and criminal proceedings. And our checklists, of course, for inspection, including and the criminal. Also, for implementation of the new law on forestry, we have made a decision of Council of Ministers some months ago, in order to divide if there is an administrative offense or a criminal one. So it helps the judges and the prosecutors during the proceedings and guide them in order to decide if it's an administrative offense in the field of environment or the forestry, or another offense, a criminal offense. So we are working in two directions. Okay. Thank you. We were at the same time in Impel. Do you remember in 2014? We are in the Foreign Office Ministry of Italy when we are approved as new members. Thank you for moment. I want to direct leader, and very important for us. Also having met told me that it was interesting work to do. So, anybody from Italia want to say as they question about the work that we are carrying out and the role they have in this activity?
A little bit short. Hello, everyone. Thank you for all the presentations. It was good informing for us as I'm a new member at Impel. So I work at National Environment Agency. I'm a specialist at the sector of scientific research and environmental knowledge. So after hearing all this information, I'm going to discuss with the head of sector and all the directorate to decide the topic, and we can evaluate something about the National Peer Review Initiative. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Our thought was to show mainly to colleagues that hadn't yet took part of our work what MPRI is in the very different form that it could have, to understand at best how to use the instrument in your countries. So be open mind when you think about the use of national peer reviews. And I will plan with you a meeting in next week to discuss it with you, which are the outcomes that you brought home from this meeting. You already you were right when you told that you have to bring this experience into your management to explain them what is going forward, which kind of opportunities can be envisaged by users of this instrument. So I think that this phase of the transfer of the spirit of the MPRI into your organization or your different organization, if you belong to different organization, could be very, 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 very important. So anyway, as made also with other colleagues, we are available if you need to have further clarification, or even if you need to organize a meeting with your managers and with us, so that your experience is supported by our witnessing what MPRI is. So we are obviously willing to support you, and in the perspective to, I wouldn't say convince, but show to your managers which could be the different phases of MPRI, which could be the different benefits, and showing also that there is all the flexibility needed to face, to solve the, I wouldn't say any kind of issue, but to work with the organization as they need to be supported, not demanding anything that is not at their hand reach. This is our purpose. So thank you again. Nobody else want to say something about it? Thank you. Introduce yourself again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. For me, it's a pleasure to be part of this meeting. I'm a specialist of the environmental permits. We take some information, we learn about this, and we study. We can ask you for the more information, and we can do the best in our cases. Thank you.
So, if anybody want to add any other information, maybe the question posed in I think that we are trying to show the kind of and the activities and the some more than positive way anyway, that the people that are trying to the kind of recap and we can clear in our mind some issues, some priorities, some things to move forward. So I ask you to our officer to gather the conclusion of the work related to this issue.
Okay, thank you very much, Giuseppe, and thank you all for the very fruitful discussions we had. I'm not sure if it's on the screen yet, but it will come. Yes. Yes, I was asked to list down some observations from the discussions we had yesterday and also today. So I collected all my observations in 3 slides. And I have a kind of a division in observations, but also from my point of view, from my observation, some potential action points, and that's for discussion. First of all, it's an observation is, and can I have the, yes, please, thank you. It was mentioned already that it took 7 years to get from the first initiative of developing an NPRI to where we are today. We can all, I think, agree that it's a very promising journey we went through, and it's still not finalized. Sometimes I feel it's just the beginning we are, you know. The NPRI approach has recognized added value in the implementation of European laws and regulations. And I wanted to highlight this one again, because it's recognized by the European Commission, as we saw also yesterday, and actually we knew it because it's included in the Environmental Compliance and Assurance Initiative. And also Impel has it high in his list because it's one of the strategic topics in Impel's strategic position paper. And we also heard yesterday from the colleague, what was his name? Mr. Feminiani, is that there is also connection and also recognition of the importance of an NPRI, at least peer reviews, and that it's also applicable in the area of combating environmental crimes. And as you also mentioned that in your intervention, that there are really connections also with environmental crimes, and also that it gives probably opportunities also for conducting peer reviews in that area. The community grows, and as we are sitting here and also yesterday and also in other meetings, the community grows wanting to apply the NPRI to a chosen topic. And we all came with several ideas about, let's say, topics on how to implement an NPRI approach. And there is a large variety, and that's very, very interesting to see. Yesterday, it was Fabio who said, so now we have to get from the paper to the field. So make it more practical, and bring it in practice, and that we make it practical. So the implementation of the NPRI approach is now being put into practice with indeed a focus on a variety of issues. And what we have seen this morning in the presentation of the colleagues from the Netherlands is that they went also their own journey from a pilot to a regularly deployable method. And also they illustrated that good example follows. I mean, you started with a few, but now others, they don't want to be excluded anymore. They all want to be involved. What we also discussed and again identified is, and we have the evidence for that, the NPRI is not a mathematical exercise. It also triggers discussions, it inspires, it facilitates discussions on solutions and also on next steps. We have seen that in Romania, and also now we see it in our discussions with other countries. So an NPRI can take several forms, namely as a peer review, as a complete assessment of the implementation, as we see it also in the examples, the international examples I presented yesterday. So an implementation of an issue, a task, or a responsibility, or the NPRI is as well going through a process to address an identified problem or a challenge. So there it facilitates discussions, brainstorming, etc. It is recommended that the NPRI method will be modified to include this process approach. And the current version of the methodology does not contain, I think, this approach of the, let's say, the more process approach. So we have to look at that and to see if we can modify it and to include also that into the methodology. The availability, that's also an observation. The availability and uses of the NPRI method and the toolbox seem to be relative unknown. And I think it's our task to work on that, to ask attention for it, to advertise it, to promote it, what kind of method we can use, but to bring it under the attention of the ones who could or should work with it. So efforts should be made to improve the promotion and also the accessibility of the method. I remember that Monica said to me yesterday, I had to read it 3 times before I really got the point. And if it's that difficult to read, then we have to look into it, and if we have to make it more accessible. It also can be that, and that's also what you mentioned, Monica, if I may quote you, is that, yeah, my experience with peer review was a bit limited that time. So that's why you had to read it a few times. But anyway, if you write something, then it has to be understood and it has to be accessible. So that's something we really can take a look at. Yeah, we discussed this morning. I think it was a very interesting discussion about legally binding. I mean, one of the characteristics of the NPRI is it's not legally binding. And now suddenly there comes legally binding on this. It was the last slide and the last bullet. It was a kind of a cliffhanger. Is that the next level? I have a question mark, not an answer. But it's something, it's kind of an evolution in how things work. And if it can be legally binding, and if all parties agree upon that, then what's the problem, I would say? Other instruments, we discussed it yesterday, such as audit approaches. They can be very important additional information sources. However, they have a different character, a different aim, and they might even have mechanisms which force you to be in compliance. But at least as an information source, it's an important one. The NPRI method is flexible, although to be applied to a wide range of topics, and it's not limited to inspection and or permitting. No, we also talk here about let's say, the ideas, proposals of countries, and also already the experiences, innovation, Slovakia, harmonization, Romania, circular economy was mentioned today as well. And this is not limited to these topics. So there is an open end. So in that sense, it is very challenging to see what kind of other topics can be included. And from Greece, we are really looking forward to your internal dialogues and to see what kind of topics you could propose and to come with ideas on that. Training is essential. It was mentioned a few times. Training is essential to properly prepare people to conduct a peer review. And not only the people, but also that organizations understand what peer review is. So training, yeah, is very important. So an idea or a proposal could be or should be to develop based on the existing training outline, but even modified by new experiences or new insights into a very concrete training module as a part of the NPRI toolbox. And that should be very seriously considered. Various techniques we have been discussing them, and also in your interventions, and also particularly, Raffaele, you came with also, and Adele, with these techniques you have been using in Italy: SWOT analysis, stakeholder analysis, data collection, and Mark whispered in my ear, but data analysis, that should also be actually included in the methodology. So we are very happy. It's a living document, so we can add it to it. So data collection, data analysis, they are regularly used. So it is important to evaluate these and to incorporate the positive experiences with them into the NPRI method. Yesterday, we started with an interesting discussion, actually triggered by a question from PTM. And he made in his intervention a connection with the IRI, and also in the intervention from Martine also went into this topic. And she also mentioned, yes, we fully understand, but it needs time. On the other hand, it comes back by time to time also here in the discussions. And it could be considered that effort should be made to develop a peer review family within PEL, where the values of IRI and NPRI complement and reinforce each other. And you mentioned yesterday, Giuseppe, it could be very, it could be worth to have a special workshop on this topic. Because we have to be very clear to the outside audience, the difference between an IRI and the NPRI, but also how they connect to each other and how they can complement each other and how they can have added value to each other. In the discussions today, it also sometimes I noted that when people talked about a peer review, that it could be considered, oh yeah, this is actually an IRI, or this is an NPRI, or this could be an NPRI. So when we have this more closer cooperation, it also provides you an opportunity to weigh up which instrument is the best suited to which need and how they can complement and succeed each other. So that's also a next step. The cooperation between two countries, I'm speaking here about Serbia and North Macedonia, can provide interesting opportunities to work together on joint development opportunities. That can indeed be a cross-border challenge, and to see how can we, because there it seems that these stakeholders, these countries as well, they are to a large extent dependent on each other. How they can work together and on these joint opportunities. And a fruitful dialogue, and I'm speaking now about Greece, a fruitful dialogue already started between a policymaking and executive ministry. So we are speaking here about the Ministry of Environment and a supervisory body, and we are here speaking then about the Ombudsman, to identify challenges and also the desire to achieve improvement, because it's definitely a desire you have, and such a dialogue is crucial to achieve improvement, but with respect to own responsibilities. And it's not mentioned here, but I would like to comment a little bit more. I did it already with an intervention, but also what you see in countries, at least what I can see in the Netherlands, is that, for example, the Ombudsman is always telling, okay, this should be improved, that should be improved, that should be improved, and on TV and using media. But there is not always the understanding that there is a direct dialogue between the Ombudsman and the one who should improve. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity that Greece is taking up, and to sit down together within your own task and responsibilities, but to say, hey, this is an area we should talk about it. These were my observations, Giuseppe.
Thank you. Any comment on the comment?
Perhaps there are additions to this, you know?
Yes, but addition?
No, perhaps there are additions to.
Yeah. Do you think that what has been shown by Chris needs some addition? No. Please.
I'm happy, and I'm happy, very important to bring something for everybody thinking about NPRI. All the same picture can go into the NPRI, and I think what's easy to distinguish IRI and NPRI, that especially people who want to choose one of those two. I really appreciate this research opportunity, and it's not very complicated because here you already know.
Any other comment? See.
The question is, so far it appears to me that you worked your strategy and was to work on a bottom-up level. I mean, the ideas on the topic came from the the challenges, the requests from the people, from the authorities that want to be involved. The question is, have you received so far some input from the Commission on what can be the topics on which an MPRI can be applied?
Obviously, we are working implementation network and the European legislation bringing to the European Commission and the European Parliament and so on. So it's clear that all the work that we make, depending on the point of view, brings to the European institution. So, yes, and the ECA initiative told us also which are the priorities on what we have to work. But anyway, it's very important that each one of the countries or each of the networks finds which are their needs, specific needs with regard to the priorities set by the European Commission. We know that each one of our country has different issues, different priorities, and each one of that issues and priorities brings to European legislation. So, and also to priorities set by the European Commission. So it is important to have, as European citizens and European institutions or institutional countries belonging to Europe, that we have this point of view, this light to consider. But I think also that each one of the country should consider which are their own needs. So I think that also the priorities of the Commission are a very important element, a prominent element in the list of the stakeholders that have to consider when you decide where to go, what to do. But it has to be considered on the local scale. Maybe that yes, we have from the Commission the indication on issues to be solved. Example, environmental crimes seems to be one of the major issues at this moment. I think that with the zero pollution initiative, also other priorities will be enlightened. I think that environmental climatic changes are not so in deep addressed in the European environmental policy as they are being addressed in the economical and social scale. So my expectation is that maybe that in future we will see something else with regard specifically to this topic. Maybe I'm wrong when I say that there is not enough addressed in the European environment policy, but maybe that something different or more extensively will be asked to the country to be made. So we have this group of stakeholders, group of prominent problems, and countries have to look into their realities and consider all the topics, all the needs, and to move forward, choosing the topic on which they have to apply. Maybe that it's not one topic regarding one of the priority issues and so on set by an external stakeholder. Okay, maybe that in this moment in that country there is not a condition to do this kind of work because of a lot of reasons. Maybe there is a legislative process going forward that say that it's not the moment to touch a kind of problem and so on. So make a short, a long story. Yes, we have to take into account also what the European institutions say, but as one of the issues, also local issues, that could be considered for the organization of a national peer review. Anyway, my feeling is that if you do something to improve the environment in your country, you do something for the improvement of the country all over Europe. Absolutely.
Yeah, just to add to that, yesterday, I can't remember who mentioned it, but oh no, it was Miroslav Angelov. He mentioned that about the initiative that Impel took several years ago because the Commission was all the time speaking about lacking of implementation and problems and so on, which is correct because there's a large amount of money involved, from my understanding about more than 50 billion euros per year. And what Impel did at that time, okay, you constantly talk about the implementation challenges. Now we want to know exactly what the implementation challenges are. So we did a very, let's say, in-depth survey. And as one of the results is that Impel board visited the Commission and more let's say, the specialized department, and to get from them ideas about what are your challenges and how can we, as Impel, prioritize them. And that also gave, I think, a very important input for setting priorities, making your strategies. I don't know how the situation is now, if there is still such a kind of a contact, but such contacts and to get very practical and concrete information can help you to set priorities and also to consider as Impel how Impel can use that input to stimulate NPRI and to see and to ask for setting up an NPRI probably as a pilot or here or there on specific topics. So there are several ways to set these priorities inspired by the challenges the Commission has. I agree with you. It has to come from the country. However, you can also be inspired from a different angle. Yeah, because Miroslav also mentioned yesterday in his intervention, actually based on a question that was posted about the environmental implementation review. And that's an activity of the Commission where the different member states the Commission makes the report and makes a kind of a review. That's their way of reviewing. And then the countries can react on that. And that's for the countries themselves also a basis to consider if this should be a priority to take into account for the coming period. And then the circle can be closed if the country says, okay, this is an important issue for us and we need external or advice, or we conduct an NPRI, then it works from that angle as well. Yeah.
what we are going to do tomorrow. So, we are at the actual end of the meeting. And we have to try to to apply the idea that we gathered today, also from the operational point of view. And for this reason, we decided to have a back-to-back meeting of the project team for MPRI that will take place tomorrow there, via Boncompagni 101, Rome. This is a map of the zone of Rome. This is the Boncompagni here. This is the address. And you can see a few 100 meters from the train station. Who has these nearby maybe station can go walking in 20-25 minutes from the zone. And this recognize the door in front of which we have to meet at 9:30. So you are aware of the strange buildings. You can easily recognize it. And so we will find ourselves here tomorrow morning, 9:30. The meeting will last until 12:30 because we or maybe 1 o'clock because we want to let people that have to take baggages and to go to the hotel, to take train, airplane, and so on, to have enough time to go there after the end of the meeting. And the topics that we discussed there will be essentially next steps, as I just said, from the operative point of view of our action. We have funding in our project to have from here to until the end of the from now until the end of the year, if I'm not wrong, 8 meetings, which are a lot of meetings. It means that we have to try to identify the areas in which we will put this data on the calendar in a very efficient way. And so it means that probably tomorrow we will not be able to create all the calendar. But anyway, it is also clear that maybe that not everybody of us could attend all that meeting, obviously. But we will do our best to keep the group together and to as we just made, to give the opportunities of newcomers to see what is going forward in countries that are already implementing this. I think that this was a very nice experience when people came in from other countries, came to Romania, for example, to see how we were managing that activity, and it was very inspiring. So also, if you didn't yet plan to make anything, or if you are still struggling about which could be the topic that you have to choose, seeing how things are going forward in other countries could be very beneficial for your experience and so on. You get experience made by other people to increase your experience. This is a reason why we think that it's nice that people in a certain dimension of a number of persons people came to our meeting. we have some prominent activities in this calendar because we are planning, we want to plan a seminar. It should be around the end of summer. And we are getting the willingness of some country to host a seminar. And as I said, considering also the very fruitful results that from my point of view had in this seminar, we will be there, gathering there and discussing some strategical topic, such as as Chris remembered, the connection between IRI and MPRI, but not only. I think that we have a lot of examples, topics, to come in deep in a even more detailed way of some of the things that you saw in that days. So I think that also to make that seminar as best as possible, we will ask you which could be the topic that could be of your interest to be discussed all together, to have some further detailed and expert advice about the topic. So to make the seminar living, not only the delivery from us to you of some notions, some views, some information. And this is a data that I hope that we will be able to determine as soon as possible to make so that your agenda will be kept free for that period of moment. Anyway, I will ask also for your opinion about the data the dates to use. Which are the other activities that we should consider tomorrow? We have the follow-up in some countries of the activities that they already made. We are planning a meeting in Slovakia. We already chose the date in which we will be there. But we are also planning a meeting in Serbia. We just discussed with Darko and with Svetlana, which could be the period in which we could be there to start up the process that will bring them to have reviews. We would like to be again in Portugal, if possible, because the Portuguese colleagues they weren't able to respect their own expectations about the implementation of national reviews. And so we want to understand if another visit from us, another discussion could help them in rising again the interest for peer reviews in the country. This is the thing that we have to consider. We have to go to Romania because we just discussed the fact that we are in a very good point. As you saw, they already identified which are the actions that they have to perform as consequence of the review made. But we think also that to do so, it is needed that all the stakeholders will be involved in a final conference which could endorse the result and permit them to go forward using more energy and so on to achieve the result that MPRI envisaged that premise for an increase of the quality of the performance that they make. So we have also that meeting, etc. So as you can see, I just stated at least that if I'm not wrong, 5 possible activities to perform, and the thing that we have to think about what to do. We have Albania, for example. We have to see if I hope that we will be able. We have to come to your country before the winter, I believe. So let's see how to merge all the program and so on because we need to. We know it's a bigger part for you and a bigger part for us, but I think that we are building the basis for the follow up the project in next year. We have Italy as well, again, with possible prosecution of some problem, because you have to remember that this project ends at the end of 2024. And in our experience now, this project needs at least 2 years from when you set the premises for a peer review in a country to the moment in which you can say, I wouldn't say that you can let you to your destiny, but you can say, they can say, you can say that you have acquired enough competences and experience to go forward without no MSIC support by Impel. And so what we are doing this last part of the year, created the premises for the activity that we will perform in 2024 within new countries. I didn't mention Greece, but we have to go to this as well, obviously. But we have to create the premises for the work that we have to perform in 2024. But also we are creating the premises to have a follow-up of the project after 2024. Because the 3-year span that was allowed by the new way in which Impel makes its planning, we are at the half of the period. And when we are at the half of the period, we have to look at the end of the period. And so we are setting the basis for following up the project until 2027. It's a challenging, it's interesting, but it's a reality exercise that we have to do. And maybe I can say that somebody of us at that time will be tired. and so let's see to make so not only to follow up the project as activities made in the country, but to follow up the project also in terms of having more people able to take part of the project as promoters, as project leaders, not only as countries that want to have and have to be implemented GMP-RI, but to have to begin to think that you will be who will manage the project in future to help your colleagues of other countries. And this is a very important thing that we have to be always forward-looking. And in case you do not have this perspective, it may seem that the activity will have an end. And we always say that NPRI is not an episode, but it is a story, and it has to be a very long story. So, dear people, thank you for your attention. These are the last indication. Some technical and let me say economical indication about our activity. We had paid by Impel Hotel. We had paid by Impel the Ciao. Ciao, Monica. Bye bye. Thank you. Two minutes. We had paid by Impel the hotel. We had paid the dinner we had yesterday. We had paid by Impel the lunch, the night lunch we had in just 2 days. We had offered by Fondazione Occorsio and University del Mercator this venue, the coffee break and so on. So you still have 25 euros per person to spend in dinner and the lunches and then so on. Unfortunately, no more, because you know that we have the right to spend 25 euros per day in catering and so on. And we use that 25 euros for the first 2 days for the lunch that we had yesterday and today. So This is the maximum that we can do as Intel. The last things, this evening, disperse. Do what you want. You want to have a nice cream. I think that each one of us has enough fats in the food. So do what you want, stay light, etc., etc. Unfortunately, I can't be with you this evening. I can't take part to any kind of group that is going to cluster. I hope so for you. And please organize yourself in the session you want, because it was a very committing day for me, and I let after many priorities that I have to solve from here to tomorrow morning. So I have to a little bit to rest and a little bit to make some work that I didn't before. So I'm sorry. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be with you. I couldn't be with you this evening, but we will see again tomorrow and the sports, etc., etc., etc. So thank you so much, and see you there tomorrow morning, 9:30. Okay. Darko, are still you there? He's gone. Okay. That's perfect.